Good morning, everyone. Let me welcome all of you to the Orange County Board of County Commission meeting of June the 30th, 2020-26. Today, we are honored to commemorate our community arts choir. Following the anthem, I will invite this morning's pastor here the reading of the 250th anniversary proclamation by Dr. Jeffrey Williamson. It will then be my distinct privilege to present the Mayor's Distinguished Service Award to one of America's most deserving heroes, whose service and sacrifice embody the highest ideals of our nation. We will conclude our ceremony with a special musical selection by members of the Central Florida Community Arts Choir. At this time, I invite everyone who is able to please rise for the presentation of the colors. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets had glared, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Okay, everyone can be seated for just a moment. I do thank the Honor Guard, the Joint Honor Guard, the members of the Orange County Fire Rescue Department and Orange County Corrections Department presented the colors. It is my pleasure to introduce Danny DeArmas, the Senior Executive Pastor at First Baptist Church of Orlando. Danny DeArmas is a Senior Executive Pastor at the church, and his role has been, in this role he's held since 2008. He's born to a Cuban father and an American mother. He moved to Orlando in 1969 as a child and began attending First Baptist Orlando, where he now serves. Under Dr. DeArmas' leadership, First Baptist Orlando has been certified as a best Christian workplace every year since 2018. In 2025, the church adopted a shared leadership model, with Pastor DeArmas serving alongside Dr. David Youth, the senior pastor who shepherds the church, and Trey Hildebrandt, the senior teaching pastor. In his current role, he oversees operations, ministries, and organizational leadership, complementing Dr. Youth's pastoral shepherding and Pastor Hildebrandt's teaching ministry. Pastor DeArmas earned a Master of Divinity from New Orleans Baptist Theological Seminary and a Bachelor of Science in Physical Education from the University of Central Florida. Go Knights. There we go. He has served on multiple boards, including the North American Mission Board of the Southern Baptist Convention, the Evangelical Council for the Financial Accountability, Central Florida Commission for Religious Freedom, and Best Christian Workplaces. Pastor DeArmas is married to Betsy for 43 years, and they live in Oakland, Florida. They have 3 married sons and 9 grandchildren. In his free time, he enjoys traveling with his wife, running, supporting Orlando City Soccer, and spending time with his grandchildren. It is my pleasure now to introduce Pastor Danny DeArmas for his invocation this morning. Thank you. Please stand.
Thank you, Mayor Demings, for that kind invitation and the chance to be here to pray today. Let me invite all of you who do pray to join me as we pray today. Gracious God, we come before you today with a profound sense of gratitude. Today, we especially acknowledge the celebration of 250 years of this great country in which we're privileged to live. With a sense of humility and gratitude, we celebrate this wonderful occasion and celebrate heroes like Mel Jenner, who's with us today, and the many others who have defended our freedom so that we could be here today. We celebrate the truth that because we bear your image, every human life has dignity, worth, and value that cannot be granted by society, earned by achievement, or diminished by circumstance. Help us to see one another as you see us, with love, with honor, and compassion. We thank you for creating us on purpose, with a purpose, and for entrusting us with this sacred responsibility to cultivate and steward our world. Grant us, please, the wisdom and strength to fulfill these responsibilities faithfully so that every member of our community can experience life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Today, we pray especially for our county mayor and commissioners, and we pray that their decisions will uphold the dignity of every person and protect the vulnerable and encourage flourishing throughout our community. Help them to promote and preserve what is good, to resist and oppose what is evil, to renew and restore what is broken, and to imagine and innovate what is missing so that future generations may inherit a community here that offers hope and opportunity to all. Help us, God, to be good stewards of the gifts you have entrusted to us, our freedom, our homes, our work, our relationships, our churches, our very community, and in fact, this entire region of Central Florida that we call home. As we celebrate this important milestone in our nation's history, may we be more committed than ever to working together for the common good of all people so that together we contribute to a future that is greater than our past. And may it be true that our best is yet. And we ask these things in the name of our Lord Jesus Christ. Amen. Thank you, and you may be seated.
They messed up the flow. A little bit of a remix.
All right, thank you, Pastor DeArmas, and thank you, Mayor. It is my pleasure now to read a proclamation recognizing America's 250th anniversary. And the proclamation reads, whereas on July 4th, 1776, the Second Continental Congress adopted the Declaration of Independence, a bold and historic document that proclaimed the 13 American colonies free and independent states, founded upon the enduring principles of liberty, equity, and self-governance. And whereas the Declaration of Independence affirmed that all people are endowed with certain unalienable rights, including life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, principles that have guided the growth of the United States of America for 2½ centuries. And whereas in 2026, the nation commemorates the 250th anniversary of the signing of the Declaration of Independence, honoring the courage, vision, and sacrifice of the founders and all those who have worked to preserve, protect, and expand the promise of freedom for future generations. And whereas this historic milestone provides an opportunity for reflection, education, and renewed commitment to the democratic ideals that unite Americans across time, place, and circumstance. And whereas it is fitting and proper to commemorate the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence through patriotic observances and celebrations that honor our nation's shared history and enduring commitment to liberty and justice for all. Now, therefore, Jerry L. Demings, by virtue of the authority vested in him as Orange County Mayor, does hereby proclaim July 4th, 2026, as America's 250th anniversary in Orange County, Florida, and encourage all residents to celebrate this historic occasion. Done and ordered this 30th day of June, 2026, signed by the Mayor and all 5 members of the Board of County Commissioners. Accepting the proclamation is Adele Burney. Ms. Burney is from the Historical Society of Central Florida, Board of Directors, and Chair of the Collections Committee there. Ms. Burney.
Thank you so much for that kind introduction. Good morning, Mayor Demings, Commissioners, County Administrators, County Attorney, Clerk, and staff. I am honored to be here today as a board member of the Historical Society of Central Florida and joining you today as we celebrate our nation's 250th anniversary. Formally established in 1971 and carrying on the important work that began in 1942, the Historical Society of Central Florida is dedicated to preserving and sharing the stories that shape our community, past, present, and future. It is notable that 1971 was the same year Walt Disney World opened its doors in Central Florida, forever changing the story of our region. As a lifelong Central Florida resident, born on Florida's Space Coast, and only 1 year older than Walt Disney World, I have had the privilege of growing up alongside a region with a rich history. Our organization, in partnership with the Orange County Regional History Center, serves as a gateway for community engagement, education, and inspiration by preserving and sharing Central Florida's continually unfolding story. As our nation commemorates America 250, we also reflect on another milestone closer to home. This year marks 50 years since the museum first opened in Lock Haven Park in 1976. Laying the foundation for the History Center we know today. As we commemorate this historic moment in our nation's story, we are reminded of our responsibility as stewards of a collection that spans more than 14,000 years of history across Brevard, Lake, Orange, Osceola, Polk, Seminole, and Volusia counties. Our collection of more than 35,000 artifacts, photographs, and archival materials documents the rich heritage of our region and helps ensure that the stories, places, and traditions that define Central Florida remain accessible for future generations. The History Center was proud to celebrate America 250 by hosting a free community celebration on May the 2nd, made possible through the generous support of the Orlando Downtown Development Board and Orlando Health Arnold Palmer Hospital for Children. The day featured free museum admission, historical mock trials in our 1927 courtroom, engaging panel discussions, musical performance by CFC Arts, which you have seen this morning, and special remarks from Mayor Demings, bringing our community together to reflect on our shared history. This month, we proudly opened a pocket exhibit honoring the Orlando Sentinel's 150th anniversary. In September, we will welcome our newest exhibition, By Heart and by Hand, showcasing the work of Black artists whose creativity, resilience, and storytelling illuminate the rich cultural traditions that continue to shape Central Florida. As we look to the future, next year we will celebrate the 100th anniversary of the 1927 courthouse, home of the Orange County Regional History Center. Preserved through community vision and commitment and activated through the enduring partnership between Orange County and the Historical Society of Central Florida, the courthouse stands as a powerful example of how historic preservation can honor our past while serving the needs of present and future generations. Today, it remains a vibrant community gathering place where Central Florida's history continues to come to life. On behalf of our staff, volunteers, and the Historical Society of Central Florida Board of Directors, thank you for your continued support and for recognizing the vital role history, preservation, and community stewardship play in shaping Central Florida's future.
All right, thank you, Historical Society. Thank you, Ms. Burney. Thank you, Mayor. It is now my distinct pleasure to introduce the Mayor Jerry L. Demings Distinguished Service Award. Now, as the Mayor comes forward, we invite you to watch a brief video highlighting today's honoree. This segment is from the Mayor's Veterans Advisory Council Operation Outreach Program produced by the Great Orange TV, which was recently honored with a Silver Telly Award. Please take a look at the video.
I had a love for airplanes. Every time I'd see one in the air, I'd stop and watch it. I got the opportunity to join the Michigan Air National Guard. Of course, I was only 17 years old at that time, and I was supposed to be 18. So I told them a little fib, and on D-Day, we took off in a strange airplane. It wasn't my regular B-17 Lady Satan, but we took off and flew to the coast of France. We'll fly up and down the French coast from one end of the beachhead until the other end. And we did that for about 3 hours. Finally, we got to Omaha Beach a number of times and turn around and go back. And at that time, I looked down and there looked like logs in the water, but it wasn't logs. Of course, it was our boys. I had a love for airplanes. Every time I'd see one in the air, I'd stop and watch it. I got the opportunity to join the Michigan Air National Guard. Of course, I was only 17 years old at that time, and I was supposed to be 18, so I told them I wouldn't.
Before I begin my remarks, could I have all of our veterans in attendance today please stand at this time? Thank you all for your service. The video you just watched from Operation Outreach is really only a glimpse into the extraordinary life and legacy of retired Chief Master Sergeant Melvin Jenner. He is a proud World War II veteran who also served with distinction during the Korean and Vietnam Wars. Chief Master Sergeant Jenner has devoted his life to serving our nation with honor, courage, and unwavering commitment. His contributions to our country represent a legacy of service that can never truly be repaid. Today, it is my distinct privilege to recognize his extraordinary dedication and sacrifice. At 103 years young, it is my great honor to present retired Chief Master Sergeant Melvin Jenner with the Mayor's Distinguished Service Award. And this award reads, Orange County Mayor's Distinguished Service Award, retired Chief Master Sergeant Melvin Jenner. In recognition of your distinguished combat service during the World War II in the United States Army Air Force and your decades of honorable service in the United States Air Force. Your courage, sacrifice, and dedication to our nation remain an enduring inspiration to future generations. Awarded this 30th day of June 2026, Orange County, Florida. I'd like to invite retired Chief Master Sergeant Melvin Jenner to the podium for a few remarks.
I don't know what to say. I want to thank all of you for all of your best wishes and praise and the prayers that you put out for all of us veterans that has served in World War II. I look back today and I see so many of our guys that were in B-17s and B-24s that could not be here today. They gave their life for their country. And all I could say, I would watch them as they go down and think, I'm glad it's not me. And the good Lord for some reason or another, has asked me to still be here today. And as Pastor David Youth of our church says, that he's not through with you yet. And I'm just so grateful for the friends that I have that have shown so much respect for an old master sergeant who, and I thank you. I thank the Mayor Dennings for his loyalty to our country and our city. And Father, oh gosh, if only it was yesterday. It seems like it'll just never go away. And I thank everybody for their prayers. And I know I stand here now and think what a blessing I have of being in Orlando, Florida for so many years. I was stationed out here at McCoy in 1968 when I retired out of the Air Force with 26 years. But here I am, and I'm still going, but I hope I don't have any problems. I thank all of you, and I wish you the best. Thank you, sir.
Can we get all the veterans up for a quick photo since we've had them here? Let's, the Mayor's Veterans Advisory Council first, if you don't mind. Where's the Mayor's Veterans Advisory Council? Would you all mind joining the Mayor and the Commissioners for a photograph, please? All right, try and squeeze in as best you possibly can. Any other veterans in the audience today? Come on, other veterans real quick. Come on up, let's get your photographs. All the veterans, come on up, please. Thank you all so much. Let's give one more round of applause to our Chief Master Sergeant Melvin Jenner. You got us all crying today, sir. All of us are crying. So thank you so much for your wonderful words and presentation today. It is now my pleasure. Okay, commissioners, if you want to come, oh, they're already out. Come on down, please, to enjoy the rest of this. Pro Commissioner Wilson, if you want to come on over here, we got some seats for you. Byron, everybody good? All right. It's now my pleasure to welcome back the members of the Central Florida Community Arts Choir as they perform a special selection in honor of today's celebration. Please give them a big round of applause. Thank you very much, Central Florida Community Arts Choir.
Stern impassioned stress, a thoroughfare for freedom beat across a wilderness. Confirm my soul in self-control, my liberty in
All right, choir, if you remain. And Mayor, if you would like to come and just thank everyone for this celebration, please, sir. We're going to ask the Honor Guard and Master Sergeant Jenner and Pastor DeArmas, if you wouldn't mind going up for a photo, a group photo. Our Honor Guard. In the center, please, if you get them. Mayor, could you jump in the center, please, next to Master Sergeant Jenner? Oh, one more. Carol wants to jump in. Carol Burkett is the organizer of this whole program. Let's give her a big round of applause. Carol's put it all together. Thank you, Carol. We were clapping for you, right?
Okay, well, we've had quite the morning so far as we do approach the 250th anniversary of our great nation. We pray that all of you have a good Independence Day coming up here. We do have a full agenda this morning, and we're going to move forward with our agenda. If you must leave, we ask that this would be perhaps a good time for you to quietly leave as we move forward on the board's agenda. We'll give you just a few moments to be able to leave if you so are inclined. We're now going to move to that portion of our Board of County Commission meeting in which we invite members of the public to come forward to provide any comments regarding topics of interest or concern that are within this board's authority. However, there are certain matters which are not appropriate for public discussion during the public comment period, with the exception of the contract award for traffic infraction detectors. These matters include pending procurement or land use issues or concerns that should be properly brought to another board rather than this board. We will, of course, this afternoon solicit public input during each public hearing scheduled regarding the land use issues. And with that, Mr. Thal Mueller, do we have members of the public present who wish to be heard at this time during the public comment period?
We do, Mayor. We have 28 speakers registered this morning.
All right, so because we do have a full agenda, I'm going to give each person 1 minute by which to make their comments this morning. And so with that, perhaps we'll begin in the order in which we have received those requests for persons to speak during the public comment period. Thank you so much. And with that, we'll begin.
Thank you, Mayor. All right, folks, I'm going to call your names in batches. When I do, please line up along the wall opposite of me. Approach the podium in the order called. When you do approach the podium, please begin with your name and address for the record. Our first speaker this morning is going to be Giovanni Cicilli, followed by Sophia Vieira, Dominic Berardi, Evan Kikina, Chaka Fisher, and Adi Subramanian. The first individual up may approach.
Giovanni, 12995 Westside Village Loop. Can I start? Good morning. My name is Giovanni Brad Suselli, and I'm the director of the nonprofit organization Voice of Equity at UCF. First, I want to thank you, the county staff, and this board for bringing forward these proposed amendments, establishing a 1,000-foot separation between tobacco shops and schools is an important step in protecting our youth. However, we did a field research that showed that children today spend significant time in many places beyond their schools. They attend learning centers, swim schools, sport academy, childcare facilities, and many other places every week. Our findings included several examples where tobacco retailers were located immediately adjacent to places that primarily serve children. In one example, a smoke shop was only 86 feet from a Kumon Center and in the same shopping plaza as a daycare. These are exactly the kinds of places where families bring children every day. If our goal is to reduce youth exposure to tobacco products and tobacco marketing, we should protect our children whatever they regularly gather, not only inside school property. I believe this small addition would make an already strong ordinance
All right,
even
sir.
more. Oh, sorry.
That
Thank you
means that
for consideration.
beeping means that you're run out of time. Thank you all. We'll move to the next speaker.
All right, and again, the names were Sophia Vieira, Dominic Berardi, Evan Kikina, Chaka Fisher, Adi Subramanian. Any of those?
Okay. 34786. Hello, my name is Evan Kikia, and I have the privilege of serving as the chairman of the District 1 Youth Leadership Council. And today I'm speaking in support of the proposed tobacco and vape shop distance separation requirement. As students, we spend a large part of our lives at school, and it should be a place that encourages learning, growth, and healthy choices. While tobacco and vape shops are legal businesses, where they are located matters. When these stores are placed close to schools, they become a part of students' everyday environment. And that's not because students are looking for them, but it's because we pass by them on our way to school, after school, and during activities. What I appreciate most about this proposal is that it takes a thoughtful and balanced approach where it doesn't target businesses that already exist, but it creates stronger standards for future locations while respecting businesses that are already part of our community. And that is good planning for the future. I also encourage the board to continue thinking about other youth-centered spaces, including parks, recreation centers, daycare facilities, and community centers as this discussion moves forward. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for your comments. We'll move to the next speaker, please.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Chaka 6441. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Chaka Fisher, and I serve as the Vice Chair of the District 1 Youth Leadership Council. I like to speak from the perspective of students who experience these environments every day. Most students walk or drive the same routes to and from school every morning and afternoon. The places we pass become part of our daily routine. When tobacco and vape shops are located close to schools, they become part of that routine too. This discussion is not about whether these businesses should exist. They are legal businesses. The question is where they are most appropriate. Schools should be surrounded by places that support education, health, and youth development. Creating distance between schools and tobacco shops sends a clear message about the kind of community we want to build for future generations. It helps create an environment where healthy choices are encouraged instead of challenged. As young people, we notice the decisions adults make of our communities. This is one of those decisions that will have an impact long after today's meeting. Thank you for your consideration, and I respectfully ask for your support. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. We'll move to the next speaker, please.
Hello, hello, Council. My name is Dominic Berardi. I live in the Orlando area, 150 Riverbridge Circle. I'm here today with Sunrise to support the STAR plan because car dependency affects all of us constantly. I own a car and I regularly take public transit by choice, even if it makes my commute longer because I love it. I love the community here. And I see firsthand the strain that our transportation system truly has, especially with congestion, which is one of the most hot-button issues. Research shows that investing in public transit can reduce congestion, improve access to jobs, and strengthen the local economy. And we also have to think about mobility as a complete system, not just cars versus transit. Buses and rail are essential, but so are safe sidewalks and updating our infrastructure for e-biking and regular biking, especially for kids' mobility and everyone's mobility. Parking's another important piece of that conversation. When we have so much land for parking, it obviously takes away from how much value we can get out of that. And I've experienced how crowded buses can get. A lot of people think that people don't ride public transit in Orlando, but they definitely do, and they deserve to be supported. That tells me that there's already the demand there, and we need to continue investing in it frequently and capacity. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
15749 Water Spring Boulevard. Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Adi Subramanian, and I serve as the Secretary of the District 1 Youth Leadership Council. I want to briefly talk about why tobacco and vape shop distance separation requirements reflect the values of our community. One thing I truly appreciate is that this proposal focuses on planning for the future. It does not unfairly affect businesses that already exist. Instead, it creates clearer standards for where future tobacco and vape shops should be located. That approach balances business interests with community interests. Good zoning is about making sure different land uses fit together in ways that benefit everyone. That recommendation also creates greater consistency. Clear standards make expectations easier for businesses, developers, and residents to understand. When zoning decisions are predictable, everyone benefits from a fairer and more transparent process. This proposal also allows Orange County to be more proactive instead of reactive. As youth, we appreciate when leaders think ahead. The decisions made today shape tomorrow. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you very much. All right, next speaker, please.
8256 Jamie Drive. Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Sophia Corder, and I serve as the Public Safety and Community Wellbeing Subcommittee Leader for the District 1 Youth Leadership Council. I support the proposed buffer zones around schools, but I also encourage the board to maybe think about the many other places where children and families spend their time. Young people do not only gather at school. We spend time at parks, recreation centers, daycare facilities, after-school programs, libraries, and community centers. These spaces are also important parts of our childhoods. Many families spend as much time in these places as they do at school. Whether a child is attending an after-school program, playing sports, or visiting the library, those spaces should continue to reflect Orange County's commitment to youth well-being and healthy communities. As you continue discussing this proposal, I hope you will consider whether similar distance requirements should apply to these youth center locations as well. Doing so would create a more consistent approach that protects young people throughout the community instead of focusing on only one type of location. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And just for the benefit of everyone, if we have youth who are here and you're under the age of 18, you do not have to give your address. Okay. All right. So, all right, let's move forward. So,
thank you, Mayor. All right, folks, our next batch of speakers is going to start with Mia Rodriguez, followed by Estela Tavares, Giovanni Storino, Nicholas Natali, Victoria Laney, and Laura Gomez de Castro. And again, the first name of the batch ready may approach.
okay, you may have to give them the name again.
I think we have.
Hi, my name is Estela Tavares, and I'm currently a senior at Windermere Prep, and I'm here today to support increasing the required distance between tobacco retailers and schools to more than 500 feet. As a student, I see how common vaping and tobacco have become among teenagers, and this isn't something I've heard about, but something I see around me every day. For many teens, this has become something normal in everyday life. When tobacco stores are located so close to schools, they send the message that these products are really easy to access. Even if someone's underage, being surrounded by these stores makes tobacco and vaping seem normal and acceptable. This change is about protecting young people during a time when we're especially vulnerable to peer pressure. I've seen how nicotine affects people my age, and I don't want younger students to grow up thinking this is just a normal part of life. I hope you support this and give students a better chance to make positive choices for their life. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Giovanni Serino, and I'm a member of the District 1 Youth Leadership Council. I'd like to speak about what this proposal says about the kind of community we want to build. Zoning decisions are more than lines on a map. They shape the places where families live, students learn, and neighbors come together. Every decision about where businesses are located helps define the character of our community for the years to come. Good zoning helps different parts of the community work together. Businesses, neighborhoods, schools, parks, and community spaces all serve different purposes. Thoughtful planning makes sure those purposes complement one another and create communities that work well for everyone. That's why I support these proposed tobacco and vape shop distance separation requirements. This proposal recognizes that while tobacco shops are legal businesses, some locations are simply more appropriate than others. Creating greater separation from schools helps ensure youth-centered spaces remain focused on education, health, and opportunity. As young people, we may not make zoning decisions, but we experience the results from them every day. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello and good morning. My name is Nicholas Natali. I live in District 1 at 32836. And I am here with Sunrise Orlando, here to promote our STAR plan. And I just want to start by thanking the commissioners for having us on the agenda come September 29th. And I'd especially like to thank Commissioner Semrod for working with us on this. And I do look forward to talking to more of you and get more of your ideas and your input so we can work on this together so we can properly fund public transportation in our county. And I would also like to support of our stormwater utility fee. And these two things sort of go hand in hand, because if we improve public transportation in our county, we can save our wetlands that soak in the water that come from hurricanes and heavy rains, and protect our houses and our streets. And I hope we can work together and build a brighter future. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning. My name is Laura. The address is 17942 Drift Road. Thank you for the Board of Commissioners for the opportunity of speaking. My name is Laura De Castro, and I'm the chapter president of the nonprofit Voices of Equity at UCF. And I'm here today to discuss the distance separation of tobacco retailers from schools. With the assistance of Tobacco Free Orange County and Commissioner Wilson, we were able to investigate the presence of tobacco advertisement near smoke shop, near youth-related locations. And our findings were shocking. Throughout all of Orange County, from Winter Garden to UCF, we found evidence of how much tobacco is present and it can influence both kids and teenagers' lives. Most of all, we perceive that this type of ads are deceptive. They aren't only near the schools, they also focus on the pathways that these kids and teens take on their way to schools. The closest commercial centers make it impossible to not be exposed to it. This is why the proposal is so important. It will be the first step to several to make sure that Orange County is a safe space that protects kids and teens from tobacco addiction and secondhand smoke. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning. I'm Victoria Laney from 828 Hammocks Drive in Ocoee, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Tobacco Free Partnership of Orange County. Across our community, we continue to see youth exposed to aggressive marketing and easy access to tobacco and nicotine products. While retailers have the right to operate lawful businesses, we also have the responsibility to ensure that locations frequented by children and adolescents, such as schools, parks, and youth-centered facilities, are not surrounded by businesses that primarily sell addictive products. Research has consistently shown that greater exposure to tobacco products in retail environments is associated with increased experimentation and use among young people. Creating sensible distance requirements is a practical, evidence-based approach that can help reduce that exposure while supporting the health and well-being of future generations. Thank you for your time and consideration.
All right, thank you. We'll move to the next speaker, please.
All right, the last speaker in that batch was Mia Rodriguez. Barring that, next speaker is going to be Dr. O, followed by Alan Levi, Dr. Jim Moyer, Riley Bloom, and Giancarlo Rodriguez.
Good morning. My name is Alan Levi. I live at 535 East Harding Street, Orlando. That's District 3. There is a myth that providing food and shelter for the unhoused enables homelessness. But shelter, food, and wraparound services help people stabilize and ultimately exit homelessness. This strategy has a name, and it's called Housing First. These Housing First programs show that about 90% of participants remain housed after 1 year. When you have the safety and the predictability of a home, when you're not solely focused on your next meal or how to stay clean and healthy or even how to protect your stuff, you can get on with your life. Let's create strong and lasting stability for families, for veterans, and for those OCPS kids who are couch surfing or sleeping on the floor. In the end, making life affordable for the least of us promotes a better life for all of us. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Next speaker.
Commission. I'm Dr. O, Orange Soil and Water Conservation District of Orange. I'm sharing with you the results of our Memorandum of Understanding, where we were offered printing by IFAS, Extension Office, and the brochures are in commemoration of our 80th anniversary, but it goes into details about important issues involved in our lives here. We have one on cooling down locally sourced native trees by keeping the commerce in your city in your county with the local vendors, and then providing an elimination of heat islands. Stormwater ponds, why take care of them and how to take care of them. And then getting people to contact 311 to report clogged and damaged storm drains. This is especially important this time of year. And then finally, stop the Ps. We should not be using phosphorus or nitrogen right now. The other thing I wanted to talk about was the separation of the smoking buildings. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Mayor, Commissioners, happy 250th. My name is Dr. Jim Moyer. I'm elected Orange Soil and Water Conservation District 2 Supervisor. This presentation is mine and mine alone. For time constraints, I'm going to skip a couple slides. But according to the UN, we're on the dawn of an era of global water bankruptcy. Water is a finite global natural resource, sustains all life, plant, animal, fish, human, soil, and our job is protect land and water resources. The UN earlier this year said amid chronic water depletion, water over-allocation, land and soil degradation, and pollution, all compounded by global heating, the report says that we're on the dawn of an era of global water bankruptcy. The UN report says by 2030, AI will be guzzling as much water as 1.3 billion people in sub-Saharan Africa consume in 1 year. Thank you. God bless you.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Moyer. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. My name is Riley Blum. I'm a sophomore at Rollins College, and I wanted to speak on the tobacco zoning issue. Word gets around fast on school campuses about what retailers don't ID, and that shouldn't be a part of students' lives. Keeping these retailers away from schools, parks, and other locations frequently visited by youth reduces students' exposure to the products and advertising, which is a billion-dollar industry. Youth are targeted by these tactics, using fun packaging, candy-like flavors, and promoting it on social media. It is our job to ensure that school environments are safe spaces that promote students' health and well-being, and that they're places that the tobacco industry's presence and influence can be minimized. I asked you to consider adjusting zoning to prevent these retailers near schools and other youth-centered locations in order to protect our youth and future generations from harmful marketing tactics. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning, Orange County Commissioners. My name is Giancarlo Rodriguez. I live at 32803, and I'm here with Sunrise Movement Orlando in support of the STAR Plan, a plan to bring rapid transit to Orange County to make transportation fast, safe, and affordable for everybody. I'm here to speak about the STAR Plan, and a misconception about the STAR Plan is just a plan that Sunrise is supporting. But the reality is that you guys are the chefs. We're merely serving the table for the food. The STAR Plan is based off the work that you guys have already done in creating, for example, Vision 2050 and Orange Code. The same corridors that you are targeting there are the corridors that we're planning in STAR. STAR also uses already existing plans that exist already and already priorities that you guys have, and is just compiling it together and fast-tracking the process. So this is your guys' work, and we're hoping that when this gets delivered and voted yes on September, that you guys will be able to continue that work and making the plan your own even more so. The thing with STAR Plan that makes it different is, according to Metro Plan Orlando, without any work done, a lot of these things would be done in 2050. I'd be 50 years old. I know that we can do it faster. And the other thing is that FDOT said that a lot of these plans would have to have studies. Again, we're hoping that STAR can fund these studies and we can deliver these projects faster. We can do better in 2050. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
All right, our next batch of speakers is going to start with Dominic Fitz, followed by Zachary Moldoff, Mona Ahmed, Michael Montenegro, Shanti Prasad, and Fernando Sosa.
Hello, Board of Commissioners. My name is Dominic Fitz, and I live at 224 Broadmoor Road. I'm here in support of the STAR Rapid Transit Plan. In March of 2024, I moved back to Florida from New York City and was carless until March of this year, 2026. I can say the 2 years I didn't have a car were significantly harder in terms of community building. There are multiple job opportunities I had to pass on, important hangouts I had to miss, and an overall disconnect I felt from my community and loved ones. I always tell people the thing I miss the most about New York City is there's something there for everyone, no matter where you traveled from or what part of the city you lived in. I believe that is what the STAR Plan could bring to Orlando, a transit system for everyone, tourists and residents alike, no matter what part of Orlando you reside in or decide to visit. New York is great to me because of the people who make up the city, and it's the reason I'm here today on behalf of STAR, because I believe great people also make up the city of Orlando. With transit systems that connect us rather than roads that disconnect us, I believe that we have the ability to prosper in unimaginable ways. I dream of a city where my friends are a train line or two away, not a toll road and a highway, one where the wait for the bus isn't standing in the scorching heat, but rather under a shaded willow tree with birds singing to me. I dream that my commute home is my stops are not at red lights, but rather at my friends' bakeries and corner stores. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners and staff. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. My name is Zachary Moldoff. My full address is in the record. My zip code is 32792. There's so many pressing things that I would have liked to have talked about, but in 1 minute, there's certainly one top priority. In serving on the Transportation Mobility Advisory Commission, I've been out just investigating as much as I can. And as an anthropologist, I think that does give me a little bit of some unique insight. And one of the most striking things that I've found is that if an 8-year-old walks into a store today, that store has no legal grounds to refuse to sell them an e-bike. That 8-year-old can then go out into the street and potentially kill someone or themselves with that e-bike. That level of power has never existed for a child in human society, unregulated. And while it's disappointing that the governor vetoed the bill, I would really urge the county to consider what can be done, because we're already in the midst of a public health crisis. It's just not being called that. Our sidewalks are unsafe. Kids can't walk out there because they could potentially be killed by other kids, and people are already dying. It's only going to get worse. And I know y'all are already doing great, and it's just my job to urge to look at this specifically. Thank you.
All right, we'll move to the next speaker. Thank you.
32817. Good morning, County Commissioners. My name is Mona Ahmed. I am speaking in support of the STAR Plan. I've lived in Orange County since I was 5 years old, and I do not have access to a car due to being in the poverty line all my life. So public transportation is very vital for my daily living. However, the current transportation system makes life incredibly difficult for us residents. It took me an hour and 18 minutes by bus to get here, despite it being a 20-minute drive. And the lack of shelters at many bus stops are inhumane, to say the very least. I've gotten heat exhaustion multiple times by standing out in the heat waiting for transport. The STAR Plan wants to extend this train system and improve bus conditions. The Colonial train route proposed would especially help me due to needing access to East Colonial daily. Please support the STAR Plan, and thank you so much for your time.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, Commission. My name is Michael Montenegro, 32826. I live in the UCF area. I'm with Sunrise Movement. It took me an hour and 20 on the 104 bus to get here, when a car ride is like 25 tops. This has to change. Without a financial plan, nothing can grow. With Sunrise's STAR Plan, utilization of a TIP, it will guarantee the growth of public transportation and its needed infrastructure. Infrastructure like bus-only lanes or rail that would be cheaper to maintain long-term than car lanes and highways. I remember hearing Commissioner Uribe speak at an Orlando YIMBY meeting, and how she wants to put infrastructure that can handle Orange County's growing population, and the STAR Plan is a plan that would handle our growth. STAR Plan is the future, so please support. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning, Commission. Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Shanti Prasad, and I am the owner of WOKB 1680 here in Orlando, Florida. Our station has been serving the community for many years, and we've been working to transfer our property into a safe gathering space for families, neighbors, local businesses, and nonprofits to come together. Community events are much more than entertainment. They create an opportunity for local musicians, small businesses, food vendors, churches, and community organizations to connect directly with people they serve. They provide a positive activities for youth, celebrate the diversity in our culture, and make Orange County special, and strengthen our relationships among residents. Our goal is to host well-organized family events that are respectful to our neighbors while contributing to local economy and fostering community pride. As a local-owned media outlet, we believe we have the responsibility not only to inform our community, but also bring people together. I respectfully ask for your support in helping us continue to create a space where culture, education, and community can strive together, in reference to the email that I had sent to you guys all. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Prasad. Next speaker, please.
Hello, Fernando Sosa, 5311 Andrews Avenue, Orlando, Florida, District 5. Hello, Board of Commissioners and Mayor Demings. This is my third time here. I brought an image. Okay, there you go. This is the most expensive 8x5 laundry room in Orange County history. It has about $50,000 in fines, hundreds of hours of wasted time, thousands of lawyers, and now thousands of dollars in lawyer fees. This little 8x5 laundry room has been here since 1957, as shown by the 1987 survey. It survived 3 major hurricanes, decades of Florida weather, but couldn't survive 2 county officials who refused to admit that they were wrong. I came here asking for help. I wasn't looking for special treatment. I was looking for justice. Instead of help, the county doubled down and kept claiming that this original structure was an addition without any evidence. Last month, the county admitted that they don't have any records on this property before 2007. The county still claimed permits were needed to be in file for this 1957 structure to not be considered an addition. Does that make sense to anyone? Last week, I was forced to spend thousands of dollars to hire an attorney and file an appeal in circuit court because the county attorney blocked my appeal with the magistrate, a due process violation. This is not about a laundry room anymore. If this happens to this little tiny room, just imagine what can happen to your house. Thank you very much.
Byron, let's see who.
Tanny,
I see
Ms. Wilson
Jason and
is-
Brandon back there.
Yeah, Ms. Wilson, they're there, right.
Maybe y'all can talk to him. Okay. All right. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
All right, we have one last batch of speakers, which is going to start with Destin Correa, followed by Samuel Arndt, Horacio Campbell, Wes Hodge, Gabriel Serrato, and Jessica Portela Lopez. Destin or Samuel or the first person up.
All right. Hello, Board of County Commissioners. My name is Destin Correa, and I live at 989 Vista Palma Way, 32825, and I am here with Sunrise Orlando for support of the Star Rapid Transit Plan. I live in District 4, where transit is seriously lacking. We only have a couple of links routes serving residents directly, even though 3 Star corridors run along our edges without actually serving the district. Star provides this county can fund, proves this county can fund real transit when it commits to it, and that's exactly why District 4 should not be left behind. Metro Plan Orlando's own master plan calls for routes like 506 on Lake Underhill connecting to UCF and the 508 on Curry Ford connecting to Waterford Lakes Town Center with a proposed Waterford Lakes Transit Center. But these projects keep sitting on paper instead of getting built. I support the STAR plan because it shows what's possible when the county prioritizes transit funding. I'm asking this board to bring the same commitment to District 4. Fast track the 506 and 508 routes in the Waterford Lakes Transit Center so our community isn't left waiting on projects that have already been identified as priorities, so we're prepared for rapid transit. I look forward to working with the county to fund public transit along every district, not just the corridors already getting attention. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Samuel Arndt. I live at 2300 Palmetto Road, Mount Dora, Florida. I'm here with Sunrise Movement Orlando in support of the Star Rapid Transit Plan. Mount Dora is outside of Orange County. Orange County's transportation system affects all of Central Florida. When people must rely on cars to reach jobs, UCF, the airport, and tourist destinations, congestion and high cost and limited mobility spill across county lines. The STAR plan is a practical first step. Faster bus rapid transit on corridors like Colonial, Silver Star, Summerlin, paired with safer sidewalks and bike connections. It would improve access to jobs and education, reduce pressure on regional roads, and make Orange County easier to visit and get around. More importantly, it can be the foundation of a true Central Florida regional transit network. Great systems in place like Boston, Dallas, and Washington did not appear overnight. They started with serious investment in the community that needed them. As a UCF student, I think of our motto, reach for the stars. Please help Central Florida reach for STAR and build a transit system worthy of this region. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. Wes Hodge, candidate for Orange County Commission District 2, live at 2401 Drake Drive, Orlando, 32810. The FIFA World Cup is happening right now in North America, and Orlando should have been in a position to host matches and welcome even more visitors than we currently do. However, we lost out on that hundreds of millions of dollars in economic activity. They literally drank Boston dry. we missed out on them because 20 years ago we failed to invest in a transportation infrastructure that needs to move people efficiently throughout our region. This isn't just about soccer, it's about competitiveness. Major international events look for communities with reliable modern transit systems that can move residents and visitors safely and quickly. We simply weren't ready. We cannot afford to repeat those mistakes. That is why we need to move forward with plans like the STAR Plan and build the regional transit network our growing community deserves. We need a new tourism development task force to rethink how tourism dollars are invested, ensuring that they help build the transportation infrastructure based on the convention center that supports both our visitors and our residents who make this community work every day. Let's learn from the opportunities we missed and make those investments today so that we can ensure we're ready for tomorrow. Thank you and have a good 4th of July.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
This is a little louder than I thought. Good morning, my name is Jessica Portela Lopez. I'm a resident of 4701 Old Goldenrod Road, 32822, District 3. I'm here on my own behalf, on my own time. I'm coming to you as a resident who's grown up in Orange County. I've seen all of Orange County struggle with drainage in some way, shape, or form, whether it's Rio Pinar, Cimarron, Goldenrod, Biflo. All of our Orange County has had troubles with drainage. I want to express my general support for the stormwater utility fee. I believe responsible governance includes making decisions to ensure our local government is equipped to handle our community's challenges. When hurricane season comes around, we find ourselves scurrying to address the intense flooding. We know we are experiencing more intense rainfall, so I want to make sure to express my support so you guys can make the proper decisions to ensure that we can install our proper drainage systems on time. When I expressed drainage issues that were in my area, I was told that we were going to have a stormwater project in possibly 5 to 10 years from now. But I just don't think that's sufficient. We need to be able to address our community's concerns in at least 3 years from now, maybe 10, but not 100. Please increase the stormwater utility fee. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Gabriel, and I'm a member of the Civic Engagement and Community Experience Subcommittee of the District 1 Youth Leadership Council. Now, today is about more than just zoning, but civic engagement. Many people my age are told that they should be involved in their communities because of meetings like this that prove that our local officials are willing to hear us out. Every speaker from our council here is here because we care about Orange County. We care about making it a healthier, stronger, and better place to live. The decisions you all make today will shape this community that we all live in, regardless of age, race, or gender. We appreciate the opportunity to be a part of this conversation. And thank you, special thank you to Commissioner Wilson, and another special thank you to all other commissioners and mayor for taking the time to hear us out. We respectfully ask for the support of the zoning changes. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We'll move to the next speakers.
Mayor, that was our last pre-registered form.
Okay, do we have anyone else who wants to speak during public comment? Okay, then we're going to move forward on our agenda. Thank you all for coming and participating today, especially to the youth who are here. I know that this is just the beginning for you all to be active in your local government. We're going to move to our consent agenda at this time. I'm going to ask the County Administrator, Mr. Byron Brooks, to present the consent agenda.
Thank you, Mayor. We have 2 items to pull off the consent agenda. That'll be item E2 and E3. They both relate to a contract with micromobility programs or companies. We'll bring those back at a later date. And staff presents the remainder of the consent agenda for board consideration. Again, just pulling E2 and E3 to a later date.
All right, with the exception of the items that have been noted to be pulled by the county administrator, do we have a motion
So moved,
for approval?
Uribe. Second, Gomez.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Uribe, second by Commissioner Scott. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. And with that, there are several items to note. For example, our Head Start division is entering into an agreement with the Nemours Foundation to provide physical and mental wellness support at Orange County's 23 Head Start centers. These services are delivered at no cost to the county. They include health education as well as vision and hearing screenings for the children who will be entering the Head Start program during this upcoming school year. The board also approved a $27.4 million payment from the county's general fund, which is supported by your property tax dollars to help fund Medicaid. Of course, Medicaid supports those individuals who may be indigent, who cannot afford the market rate health insurance. Many people don't realize that under Florida law, counties are required to contribute to the Medicaid program to help cover health care costs. This is not an optional expense for local governments. The state requires it, and every county must budget for it. So this is an unfunded mandate by the state of Florida. Since 2022, Orange County's required contribution has increased by about 40%. That means a larger portion of your local tax dollars are going toward a program that helps thousands of Orange County residents access health care, including doctor's visits, hospital care, prescriptions, and other essential medical services. I wanted to take a moment to explain this because it's an example of how our local tax dollars are required to meet an unfunded state mandate, as well as how our local tax dollars help our residents with critical health and medical records. Lastly, I would also like to take a moment to recognize Mr. Mark Kanata. Mark, okay, he has some supporters here. Mark, by action of the board, affirmed my appointment of Mark Kanata as the new director of the Utilities Department. Congratulations, Mark. You may recall that he's replacing Mr. Ed Torres, who retired not too long ago. Mark, we look forward to working with you in the coming months and years. All right, thank you, sir. And your fan club is here. All right, with that, we're going to move forward on our agenda to the discussion agenda at this time. Ms. Tracy Atanasio, the Assistant Manager of Procurement, is going to come forward, and she's going to be making a presentation regarding the selection of one firm and 3 ranked alternates to provide design services for Orange County Corrections Training Facility, which is going through a renovation. With that, you are recognized.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners, Comptroller Diamond. The Procurement Committee has evaluated proposals for design services for Orange County Corrections Training Facility. I am requesting board selection of 1 firm and 3 ranked alternates, as well as the requested action on the screen. Commissioner Gomez Cordero was assigned to the Procurement Committee.
All right, thank you very much. With that, Commissioner Gomez Cordero, do you have a potential motion?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I move for the selection of DLR Group, Inc., a Florida corporation with 320 points, with Salt Michelson Architects, Inc., with 300 points, Clemens Rutherford and Associate, Inc., with 297 points, and Architectural Design Collaborative, Inc., with 273.67 points as the ranked alternate, as well as the requested action on the screen.
Second, Wilson.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. All right, we'll move forward to the next item, which is A2 under the discussion agenda, and Ms. Atanasio is also going to frame this item. With that, you're recognized.
Thank you. The Procurement Committee has evaluated proposals for school zone speed detection safety program. I am requesting board selection of 1 firm and 2 ranked alternates, as well as the requested action on the screen. Commissioner Gomez Cordero was assigned to the Procurement Committee.
Commissioner Gomez Cordero, do you have a potential motion?
Yes, ma'am. I move for the selection of Red Speed Florida LLC with 360.83 points, with American Traffic Solution, Inc., DBA Vera Mobility with 346.44 points, and Blue Line Solutions LLC with 313.33 points as the ranked alternates, as well as the requested action on the screen.
All right, we do have a second. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. All right, thank you for your presence, Ms. Attanasio. All right, with that, we'll move forward on our agenda at this time to item B1 for this morning's discussion agenda. I'm going to call on Mr. Tim Giuliani, the President and CEO of the Orlando Economic Partnership, who will be coming to present an update on the partnership's activities. With that, Mr. Giuliani, you're recognized.
All right. Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. This is a welcome opportunity to give you kind of a mid-year update, as we've done in previous years. So thank you for your time and for your support. I just will start by reminding you from the Orlando Economic Partnership, you know, we're trying to be the region's champion for economic prosperity, bringing together leaders like you, industries, ideas, all about expanding opportunities and driving investment, which is what I hope you hear more about today. Guiding our organization are a lot of companies that represent a lot of diverse industries throughout Central Florida. And we certainly want to call your attention not only to the diversity of industries that are represented, but also to the fact that more so than our peers, we're able to leverage private sector funding to offset what is provided through our local government contracts. And so to us, that's a point of pride of showing that this is truly a partnership. I also wanted to mention, not on the screen, not on our executive committee, we did have Goliath Ventures as an investor in the partnership last year. Like many other organizations, you know, we were fooled by the company. And so that money has now been repaid as part of a settlement agreement with the bankruptcy court. And so that issue is now completely behind us. And I also want to thank Commissioner Wilson on some guidance on due diligence that we've implemented going forward. When it comes to some of the specific economic development work, you know, this is helpful, I think, also for those listening, in that when a company is looking to establish a presence, either grow their presence or have a new presence in Central Florida, they often reach out to the Economic Development Organization, which is the role we fill. And so there's a lot of opportunity, data, resources, and connectivity that we provide thanks to the support from our local governments. In many cases, our team is the one working on these projects, and in some cases, we're referring them to other organizations that you support in Orange County to make sure they have the resources they need to grow their company and their jobs here in Orange County. From a proactive standpoint, we're focused on sort of more narrowed group of industry sectors that are growing in size, that offer high-wage jobs, that diversify our economy, and that we have some competitive advantage in which to compete. So our proactive work is really in these 6 sectors where we're focused on creating and facilitating high-wage job creations. That really supports what we look at sort of from a long-term perspective of our 2045 vision of really making sure that we become that top 10 innovation hub. We all know that the support here is about diversifying our economy, adding these other industries to make our community much more resilient, offer high-paying jobs, and great career opportunities. In addition, and it's great to see all of the conversation this morning already just about transportation investments and about that connectivity as we grow to make sure that we remain competitive, remain a place people can grow their careers. And also that's why we're focused on being the #1 place to live. You know, it is very clear that companies follow people, the talent they're looking for, and people are making choices based on the quality of the place and the quality of their life. And certainly that's a priority of yours, but a priority of ours. Leading this effort, some familiar faces here. Bob O'Malley was recently promoted to be our Chief External Affairs Officer. He's our point of contact to make sure that we're meeting all the expectations of our local government partners. Sheena Fowler's, you recognize she came back to the organization. She has 12 years with us in economic development, but then also 4 years with global business development efforts with a modeling and simulation defense company. So given the emphasis on modeling and simulation and the assets we have here in Orange County, I think Sheena brings a wealth of experience in connectivity. And then you'll be hearing shortly from Neil Hamilton, our Senior Vice President of Research and Strategy. So these three are really charged with guiding that strategy and interacting and making sure that we're doing everything we can to partner with you and with the county. Speaking of which, there's always opportunities for us to work together. And just to highlight a few, we work together nearly every year on the Orange County Regional Economic Summit. This past year was a great event at Full Sail University. But also, as we bring issues like higher education funding in our Policy in Progress series, the trips that we take to Tallahassee and Washington to make sure that we're trying to bring down money and support priorities of our state legislators. All of this, including a recent visit to Washington, D.C., really focused on supporting and growing our modeling, simulation, and training industry, which be this year around film, given the new film incentive up. But we're really proud of the efficiency that our team's able to provide when companies. We make that process very easy for them here in Central Florida and help to facilitate. And they know that that ease of doing business brings more projects to our community. So we're very excited about the film incentive, and I'll touch on we're excited to work with the county on really taking advantage of the Toronto International Film Festival in September as an opportunity to attract projects to Central Florida. So missions and travel is part of our contract and part of what we do as an organization of going to represent Central Florida where businesses are and where decision makers are. So over the past fiscal year to date, so from October 1, we're looking at the Farm Bureau Air Show that's coming up in July, going to Taiwan once again. We're in San Francisco for Photonics West, Belgium and the Netherlands around technology, and also a recent visit to New York City I'll comment on it in a minute. Also 14 trade shows. Our team's on the road a lot, proactively talking to companies about their expansion plans and hoping and working to make sure that Orlando's on their consideration set. Those trade shows and missions have already brought in 62 qualified leads this year. So that is an outgoing effort, and we were glad to have Dennis Holste join us for Select USA this year. We work with him and the team to make sure that we're translating these job opportunities into real projects that will impact your constituents. Coming back and touching on New York, so we recently went, it was about 2 weeks ago, so we brought 20 leaders from our community. We had 13 very strategic company meetings. There's a lot of companies and decisions that are made in New York that will impact job creation here in Central Florida. And so we want to maintain those relationships. We want to stay on their radar as they consider future expansions, and we want to make sure that they're not running into any obstacles or challenges that we might be able to help them with. One thing that we heard just from a feedback standpoint, the speed of doing business continues to increase, and so site readiness and building availability is very important. Power's become very, very important given all of the data center activity around the country. And then always workforce and talent is always number one or number two when a company's looking at further options for expansions. So far to date, just within Orange County, obviously we work regionally, but just within Orange County, we're nearly at 1,000 jobs that have been announced so far. Capital investment over $300 million. The average wage this year particularly high at $98,000. So obviously we're trying to bring jobs that pay higher salaries than the average here locally. I just wanted to comment, not all the work, in fact, most of the work we do doesn't generate headlines, and it's sometimes boring and very technical. And we are working with your team on one of those projects that we call DIRT. And this is about site readiness. So the timeline that companies are looking for when they are looking for an expansion or relocation opportunity has shrunk dramatically. And so they'll often screen us for, different sets of criteria around land availability, power availability, water. And if we don't have a site that meets those requirements, they move on without even us knowing who they are. And so it's very important that as our community continues to grow, that we are collectively looking where we want to see the growth, where we want to see job creation, so that we're all spending time working on the same sites, and then we'll be more competitive as a community. So I wanted to make sure to mention, even though that is not an exciting one to read about in the press, it is something that happens on a day-to-day strategy. Neil Hamilton to dive into some of the economic data.
Well, thanks, Tim, and good morning. I only have a handful of slides, but I want to do two things this morning. First, I want to talk about what I consider the changing nature of economic development, and then second, I want to highlight some of what we're doing from a research and strategy perspective around first understanding and then responding to that changing environment. I think the last few years for me, for everyone, has been pretty volatile, very uncertain. I think we are, that's something we're dealing with in the market. It's not uncommon. The defining condition of corporate investment right now, it's not reluctance, it's delay. I think every couple of days we're meeting with a company, with a site selector, and we're hearing loud and clear that they're ready to move in a project, but they just want another 6 months. The time isn't right. We're waiting to hear. Politically, I think the environment is fluid. I think companies want to buy that extra time, maybe come back in 6 months when it's settling. So I think that's one thing. It's taking longer to close projects. The projects are still there. It's taking longer. And I think last year when I came to the board, I spoke about our survey, and we're hearing that loud and clear from local businesses. I think in every quarter of the last year, political uncertainty, economic uncertainty, and I think those are one and the same thing these days. That's the biggest challenge facing local businesses. So we're hearing that loud and clear. The second shift that I want to touch on today is it's more structural. It's less short term. I think it's going to be something that we're going to be dealing with for a few years at least. Is the size of projects. I think the 15 projects that have landed in Orange County this year that Tim shared, the average project size for that is around 60. I think historically, if you go back, our average is maybe 100 to 150. And that's part of that is the uncertainty. Companies don't want to commit fully to major projects. The other part is technology and automation. I think as I go around businesses, I've made that part of my job. I'm hearing loud and clear that, particularly with the advent of AI, companies believe they can do more with less. I heard just last week from a company, as 5 people retired, they're going to try and replace those 5 jobs with 2 people and try and figure out the rest with AI. Now, I think the full story on AI is yet to be told, but I do think we're somewhere between exploration and adoption. So I think more to come in that, but it's something as a community we're going to have to wrestle with, and even internally at the OEP, we're wondering, can we have a growing economy regionally and locally that just doesn't add a ton of jobs? I think last year, this region, the 4 counties, we only added about 8,000. The prior year, which was an average year for this region, was 30,000, 40,000. So I think we're seeing a very considerable slowdown in job growth. And I think that will be the norm moving forward. I've been fortunate enough in my career to have worked with, to play a small role in some of the major projects in this region. So ADP in Maitland, KPMG, Deloitte, Verizon. As we move forward, those big mega projects, they're going to exist, but they're going to be far less common, is what I think. And so what does this mean for us? I think as we put together the fact, lots of uncertainty, projects taking longer to close, but also becoming much smaller. Communities like us, like Orange County, we have to really think hard about the value proposition we're putting forward. I think that's something we're always looking at. We're going to continue to refine that. So I think I want to touch on some of the comments I made last year. You know, this, in Florida and in Orange County, I think we've taken growth for granted. We just assume it's going to happen. I look at some of the latest population data. This county, I shared last year, with the latest wave of population estimates, this county lost 20,000 people domestically. So we have become a net exporter of Americans, completely relying on international immigration. So these are all things we need to wrestle with moving forward, and we need to put our best foot forward. A little bit, so in this highly fluid, highly competitive economic development environment, we need to stay nimble, we need to be focused on the market, understand what it's telling us. I can share that our research, we've moved, my team, we've gone from a research function, our research team that reports data, to a strategy function that asks, so what? What are we going to do about it? And so we've had a couple of signature pieces to advance that agenda in the past 6 months. Closing the Gap was our major talent piece. That's asking some tough questions as well. You know, we are losing some young, educated people from this region. What are we going to do about it? Likewise, our Global Orlando report, we just released that last month. That is a very data-driven effort to say, okay, which markets have the best opportunities based on our strengths overseas? And that's a very targeted strategy we've rolled out. I also want to share, and I think we've been recognized as a team nationally the past 2 years for awards. You have them for our business work, our business survey work, but also our comparison tool, which is something we allow people on our website to compare Orlando to other markets. It's something we encourage. We're very transparent. So I say that not to pat myself in the back, but I say that to communicate to the board and share that we are on top of market trends. Everything we are doing and are going to do moving forward is evidence-led, it's data-driven, and I think Tim's going to come back up and round us out and share some future plans. Thank you.
So just to close out, 2 last slides. One, as Neil mentioned, the jobs per project is lower nationally, and we're certainly seeing that here, but we maintain a very active pipeline of projects looking at Central Florida. We're also going to be attending the Farnborough Air Show. We obviously have great strengths here in aerospace, and we want to continue to build those connections. The Semicon conference in Taiwan is one that we've gone to in the past. And also, I mentioned the Toronto International Film Festival, not just for film projects, but also for the companies in that ecosystem, the creative industries, is certainly something we want to see more of here in Orlando. And then I'll end, we take a visit, and just like we look at the data and strategy, we also visit other cities on an annual basis, because we're always trying to become better, and that's what all of your conversations are about as a community. But every other city is trying to become better as well, so trying to stay on top of that. And Austin certainly brings us some examples of things that have gone really well and some challenges that have emerged. But both are fast growing cities, so it's interesting to see how they've handled their challenges or not handled their challenges, and how that might inform decisions here moving forward. With that, Mayor, I want to thank you and the board for your time this morning.
Well, thank you, sir. We're going to open it up for questions or comments by members of the board. We'll begin with Commissioner Nicole Wilson, followed by Commissioner Mario Uribe, then followed by Commissioner Maribel Gomez-Cordero, followed by Commissioner Kelly Martinez-Simrad.
Thank you, Mayor.
There you go.
We want to slide up against the back wall. Thank you so much. I appreciate the update. You all know that we really value the information and ongoing information. I want to thank Bob O'Malley specifically for coming out to meet with me after what I believe were the questions that I raised in concern in conjunction with the partnership with Goliath Ventures, and some of the questions about transparency and about the risk that put you all in, or in conjunction us in. And so I hate to do this to him, but I want to make sure I make everyone aware I did meet with the comptroller and talk to him about that risk and what, for our county investment, sort of understanding better how to make sure that we're in a position, and we have to do this with every penny. This isn't just the pennies that go to economic development, the pennies that go to stormwater, you heard it today, the pennies that go to transit. It's all hotly contested, and quite frankly is potentially all going to go away, so who knows. But I think it's important for you all to know that that one in particular is of great concern because of the special interests that are also partners of Orlando Economic Partnership. We need them. We love them. They're our biggest employers. They are kind of the core of our economic drivers. But there's a question to be asked in most circles throughout this county, which is, why do they need tax dollars? Why do they need tax dollars? And so whenever something happens, like the investment, that Goliath Ventures made that was then have to return, and the potential for, I think, some questions about transparency, because I guess they were on the website and they went off the website. I want to thank Bob for spending some time with me to talk about it, but if you can address sort of on the record publicly that risk mitigation and the possibility for conversations about what the importance is of tax dollars involved, or if you think that you see a potential downfall to us not investing, because I do think that there's a future where we're not going to be able to do it, and what risk would that bring?
Sure.
I have
Thank you.
questions.
Yeah. What's that?
I had a couple follow-up, but I just wanted to make sure that I got that one out first.
Okay. Do you want me to answer that one first?
Yes, please.
Okay. Yes, so they paid to be a member for 1 year, attended one meeting, and then that was the last that we heard from them. So it was really very absolute minimal involvement. They weren't involved in anything we do with our public money. So it was very isolated, and we've implemented some due diligence process going forward. It's the first time in 10 years, and there's a lot of other organizations that fell into the same trap. So we certainly don't want that to happen again, which is why we're implementing more due diligence on the front end before someone does become an investor. As it relates to the tax dollars, I did mention we are very proud that only 20% of our funding comes from our local government contracts. In other communities, even around Florida, that number's 50%, 60%, 70%, and they're heavily reliant on their local government partners. So I think we're very proud here that we do have companies that see the value of economic development, of moving and creating opportunities to diversify our economy, given years ago how reliant we were on tourism and hospitality. And I think as that has begun to pay off, in fact, we now have as many people working in tech as we do at Walt Disney World. We have, it's only 20% of our regional employment base. So that diversifying the economy, I think, benefits everybody here. And we're very glad to have such strong corporate support. But it is something that needs to be done together. If everyone tried to do their economic development on their own, you wouldn't have this coordination at trade shows. The marketplace would be confused as to what the different parts of Central Florida are. And so we think there's a lot of value in collectively trying to.
And I want to let you know, I fully agree. I believe collaborative efforts are the ones that we see bringing the most success. And I do believe in public-private partnerships. And so I think there's tremendous value in those at all levels. But I do also think it's important that the private side of this conversation understands that public dollars are required to have a different kind of transparency and reporting and public record. So I think, understanding that, my question, why there wasn't an immediate conversation when the fraud allegations came out, knowing that they were one of the top sponsors that were listed, even just from the sheer appearances of people who may be looking around to see what the stability is in our economic partnerships here. And they see this name is here one day, it's gone the second, there's a fraud indictment. And I didn't hear from anybody until it became public. Is there some acknowledgement of maybe approaching this in a much more public way, knowing that we have to report everything we do to the public?
Yeah, I think a lot of people learned a lot going through that process, us included. And so, yes, that's why we immediately reached out to your office.
Well, I think that was after the news story broke.
I'm
not, listen,
correct.
I don't want to post-mortem it, but I want to know moving forward, I want to be able to look at the citizens in my district, the people that hired us, and say, we're keeping an eye on this. And I can't do that until you explain to me how you're keeping an eye on it.
Absolutely. we definitely will do that. It's the first time that anything like this has happened in 10 years. Hopefully it doesn't happen again. I feel much better about our processes going forward, and yes, we will reach out immediately.
That's it. That communication is everything. And then I think it's also important because we have districts that are diverse and they have a wide range of I think, big and small business interests that we're concerned about, that our investments, what is the return on investment that reaches out from sort of the core of Orlando, knowing that there is a lot of activity sort of in the areas that have had a lot of activity. If you could expand just a little bit on that, some of the things that reach out from our city central, it would be, I think, also helpful.
Yeah, absolutely. Two of our projects this year that we've worked on, Novartis is, I'm going to screw up the name, it's a radioligand, it's nuclear medicine therapy, which is not only from an economic development standpoint important, but from a patient standpoint of the residents here, of having a facility like that with this new sort of technology, this new medicine that's become available on the market, having Novartis up right by Winter Park build a $75 million facility. The timing of their product is 72-hour shelf life, so they have to get it into people's hands. So not only is it great investment, it's going to be a great tax base with that $75 million project, but also the ability to have that medicine available to us here in Central Florida within that time window. I think it's a great story. And one of the companies we actually met with when we were in New York about how we grow that presence here. And then the next one I would reference would be Schwab, which is right on the border of Orange County and Seminole County in Maitland. And they're growing tremendously, adding hundreds of jobs here. Kind of they focused in on Texas and Florida as the two places they want to add jobs. And so that campus, if you've been in Maitland, it's where EA Sports used to be, where Threat Locker is. They now own that entire property.
Wow.
And so we're working with them on continued growth in Maitland. So it's certainly throughout.
Yeah, and thank you for sharing those. I would say if there's ever an opportunity to throw us like a heat map of some of those things, even
Sure.
if they're potentials, I think it would be an exciting thing for us to be able to share. And I understand there's some things that while you're developing those that you can't, but just so that we can assure people that it's not just a targeted singular area
No,
that is
absolutely.
and then the last one is that the DIRT program, I think, to understand sort of those siting challenges, we, of course, have struggled with the state preemptions on our own development plans and growth management plans, and we're very sensitive to our rural boundary and to protecting things outside the urban core.
That's right.
So I know this sounds like a conflicting statement, but I think it's about what that use is, right, and being context sensitive to the use. And so I wanted to find out, do you all follow Vision 2050's guiding principles in context location? I think we're all very nervous about data centers and what the potential could be for really devastating impacts in the future. So I kind of wanted to get your feedback on that.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And that's why we're doing it, is to coordinate on the front end so that we're all aligned, so we don't go out and do all of this work and bring you a project that just doesn't fit. So it's aligning on the front end between local governments, also if the state is in play, utilities play a big role, water plays a role, our transportation network plays a role. So really identifying those sites on the front end so that we're all in alignment of where those projects should go, and be very clear, this is not a data center strategy at all. We're not proactively recruiting data centers. This is about projects that would actually create a lot of jobs.
Great, that's good news. And then the last thing I had was, as part of the presentation, did you say that the jobs added went from 3,500 to 8,000? What was the number? I think it was in his, I'm sorry, 35,000?
That would be the net regional job growth from, and I'm including 4 counties in that, but it went from about 37,000
37,000
in 2024 to 25, which was 8,800.
So that is
not OEP related. That's organic net growth around the region.
I mean, but down is one thing. That is like a fraction of the year before. Wow. Okay, thank you.
And every market in the country experienced that. That was not unique to Orlando. That was a lot of caution on the consumer side, uncertainty. But I do think there is a bigger play here where technology is beginning to. I think we are entering a new era of subdued job growth.
Right. I mean, again, the stability, right? That predictability. Thank you so much for the update.
Commissioner Uribe.
Thank you guys for the briefing. I actually wanted to have a much more in-depth briefing, but it didn't get scheduled in time. And my question comes, I've been talking to a lot of small businesses, and we have a significant gap when it comes to business growth, okay? Because we have the NEC, which I think is a phenomenal organization, and I know you guys partner with them, where they really help people get established, step up, not to mention all these other organizations from BBIF to Prospera. I'm a little partial to NEC because I love how they put a former CEO or top executive who've actually been there, seen it, and moved up. And then we have you guys. And so I look at here and I look at here. And then I look at businesses locally in that in-between market. And that in-between market to me is a $7.5 million and up. And usually we're hearing that those folks aren't people you really feel that you can help, right? Because I've had multiple people say, I'm not, OEP just kind of sends me to someone else because you're not at that caliber. And I get it to an extent, you know, a $10 million company, when you think of all the manpower that's required to go in it. But I actually think it's a huge issue because we have a lot of companies who've done their due diligence, and to even sustain nowadays with what the current market is really impressive. So a company is really still able to gross receipts at $10 million. It's great. But when it comes to the county, we no longer consider them a small business, right? So lately I've been recognizing that I call it the middle class of businesses, right? If you're under 10 million, you're a SB, you're a small business. What's that number for you guys? 50, 75 million, 100 million total asset gross for you guys?
It really, I mean, it depends on the project. So we're measured in jobs created, capital investment. So that kind of drives the activity of the team of making sure that we're working towards those. So the larger projects do help us advance towards those goals faster. So that is a reality of kind of how we're measured.
I get that, but I'm trying to find out what that looks like for a company who's only 25 million. I mean, that's still too small for you guys. When you think of your global effect, can you walk me through where I'm meeting a lot of investors from Chile, from Brazil, all these folks who are looking to come here. Somehow they usually, Ecuador, that are somehow get connected to you. Like I'm the one that told Juan Quiroga to join you guys, right? When Nick was with you, I said, Juan, you're at that asset level that you should be part of OEP. He didn't even know what you guys were. And here's a guy who started with $500 and has created a multi-million-dollar company.
And he was with us in New York, actually, on that trip.
Right. Yeah. But he came after. Like, you guys didn't make him. You guys are hopefully helping him grow his asset because I know what his desires are to be as an entrepreneur. But where is it that you'll look at someone and say, we believe their potential? And I know you're telling me jobs and all that, but I'm trying to understand a full scope of an ideal person that you think you can help.
We are trying to get that with our new kind of revised strategy down to about a $20 million company, give or take. Every company is a little different, and if it's a fast growth company and it's $10 million, we'll try to help them too. We are trying to separate our projects into like strategic accounts that are the bigger accounts, but also pay attention to the growth portfolio that our community has for that exact reason, because oftentimes those are the ones that are the fastest growing, maybe not in pure numbers, but from a percentage growth and importance to our community. So yeah, I think there's an agreement with you that we're trying to lower that threshold so that we can serve more companies. And particularly on the foreign direct investment type of opportunities, Derek on our team is handling even down to 1 to 2 person shops of getting them in the market. So if they're from a different country, they're not going to come in with a big bang. They want to come in and start small and then organically try to grow and find out what the opportunity is. So right now, anything on the FDI standpoint, we'll take in through Derek and either help them ourselves or help them get to the resources they can.
Right. And I mean, while I appreciate a lot of your investors, of your private investors, which are big corporations locally, I think we're missing a little that potential. Spending a lot of time in manufacturing. I believe Jordan now works for them. One of your former employees, is it Jordan?
Oh, Destin.
Yeah. I just recently saw him at the president's dinner, and there is a huge disconnect in that industry with us, right? And I would like to see that merge, because what I'm finding in those companies is they want to grow. So a lot of times they're established, but we're not, there's a huge need that we're skipping here. And I appreciate that you guys are trying to reduce to 10 million. I mean, excuse me, to 20 million. Clearly we know small businesses consider 10 million or under, but I worry because we really, as great as we are as a community, we really don't have anything in place to help those businesses. And what I'm getting a lot is these are businesses that want to bid on contracts, but require that really polishing off on what they need to do respectively financially. I just sat recently with Chase, JP Morgan, on how they're trying to leverage these companies to be able to qualify. SBs, you know, waiving their fees right now on certain loans and things like that. And it worries me when you talk about that market, that the jobs. It's unbelievable the amount of talent that I'm meeting that can't find jobs. Where I met a guy, he's working on his doctorate and master's degree. He was working for Amazon, making $170,000 a year, and they eliminated his position. And everybody he goes to meet, they're like, we're waiting until Q1 to see what 2026. And that's worrisome for a lot of talent. I have a young man working for me now who got his master's from University of Connecticut. And he's going to start at UCF at $15 an hour because he can't find work. So we have a serious gap of talent and a serious gap of companies right here in this gray space. And the biggest thing that worries me about the talent is that we could essentially lose it to other major cities. I know a young lady who just relocated to New York because she couldn't find work here to actually for her talent. So what is the... I'm hoping you guys are thinking ahead of this. The more and more I talk to graduates from the university, including space program manufacturing, they're looking at other major cities. Austin was one of them, Charlotte, Nashville, those are big cities that we hear a lot. And I was explaining to Dr. Cartwright recently, I'm very worried about our talent pool because you could sway companies and you can encourage and you can sell this, but then if we don't have the talent to fill it, we're creating a serious problem of why a company even wants to relocate here. Because a big part of the company is they don't want to bring employees, they want to find employees and make it just much more cost effective. What are some of the long range plans on that situation?
Yeah, I
and,
think
and we almost have to, and by the way, we almost have to get ahead of it because we know there's like looming economic issues just over our shoulders that make us nervous, not only as government and as the community, but at the same time we have to be forward thinking like, how do we prepare for that?
Yeah, absolutely agree with you. Let me first say, you know, as we kind of work through this new strategy and try to incorporate more of those growth companies, we should get that briefing on the books and kind of walk through it with you and see, based on what you're hearing with companies, how it matches up. But as it relates to sort of young professionals, I'm about to have one myself. He's getting towards the end of college. And it is, I mean, it's a competition. And it's not just, you know, when we think of economic development, it is just not recruiting companies. That is a sliver of it. It is helping the companies here grow and expand their opportunities, but it's also from a transportation perspective and a downtown perspective. It's the place. They're going to those cities because it's a cool place. And,
we're not right now.
And so, well, it depends. Yeah, it depends on the eye of the beholder. You know, I certainly love living here and living downtown, but we have to do more to improve our downtown. That's a must do. From a transportation perspective, I know you heard lots of comments today. We've got to figure that out, hopefully in 2028, of really making some long-term investments from a transportation perspective. That's why we're supportive, and I think, you know, supporting this sports and all the other sort of arts and culture of our community helps to make us more of that desirable place to live, which we also feel is very important to have any success in the economic development space.
Yeah, I also think a big gap that we're not talking about is transportation. When you read the Orlando Business Journal and the home builders have just signed, an 8-year contract with Vegas, $300 million impact loss for us because of our transportation, that's not good. You know, if people can't get here and move around. I was just in Miami, caught the Bright Line, then they had the Tri-Rail. There was easy connectivity to get around, and we're missing that gap of being able to move people, especially from the airport. And we need to upgrade our airport too. So but I'm worried because I'm also starting to hear Tampa's even much more attractive than us. Like Tampa's becoming the next maybe Orlando,
Yeah.
it's cool, you got things to do, and
I would
I've
s-
met people who actually commute to Tampa on a daily basis, which is insane. And so, I think we have to continue to discuss transportation, because that's a very attractive thing for people. But I am very, very worried of that gap. And have we ever talked about how do we talk to that talent? Because these talented people are very under the scene. And I've been so amazed at how many very qualified people I've met over the last couple of months who can't find a job. I get people all the time sending me their resumes. I mean, and I'm like, what the heck? And they're almost underperforming on their resumes because they can't even get callbacks. I met a guy who had 111 applications that he submitted, and he finally took off master's degree off his, so that he could even get a $50,000 a year job at this point. I mean, that's really bad. And I would love to see how you guys could maybe even start considering that talent pool that's, working directly with UCF and saying, this is a talent that's coming out. These are the talent of what's going on. Which companies are downsizing? Amazon did a huge downsize like September of last year, where they lost a lot of their top level logistics folks. And so that means that that pool is here. I mean, just kind of maybe taking some creativity on how these companies are shifting some of their plans to see how we capture some of that talent to renegotiate ourselves.
Yeah, I would point out, Neil mentioned the Closing the Talent Gap report, which is exactly set up to help provide context and insight. So we did that and with Valencia's input and Seminole State and UCF's, and also really just looking at where those gaps are going forward, where we're not producing enough, so that we can help guide people into those programs so that they do end up with a job coming out. And I think we do have pretty innovative community colleges and a university that really wants to align with the job market. And so that hopefully that context and information from the employer standpoint is useful for them as they kind of consider programs and allocating their resources as well.
Well, I personally would like to see an investment into that middle class, what I call business owner, because I think a great goal for us as a county is to see how many primes we create that are based out of Orlando. That would be the ultimate success. We're still seeing too many go to companies that are not based here, which even though we get a part of it through subs and things like that, but we're losing a big chunk of financial stability when major companies based in, Arizona and Iowa and all these other places are really taking the bulk of our funding and our tax dollars somewhere else. So I would love to see, I've been thinking about what that would look like, but it'd be nice to see a program that actually starts taking those subs over 10, maybe not at 20 yet, and what can we do to increase that ability to become primes in projects across the county?
Well, we'll set up some time to come and
Sounds
look
good.
at our plans, yeah.
All right, guys, thanks.
Thank you.
Commissioner Gomez-Condero.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, and thank you, Mr. Giuliani and Mr. Hamilton. I have simple questions. I mean, and I agree with Commissioner Uribe that, invest a little bit more in the middle class companies. But my questions are the following. Okay. In the slide number nine, and I think Commissioner Wilson did ask this as well, or mention it. How will you maintain your services when the state is cutting funds?
Are you referencing the
I mean,
property tax amendment?
Yeah,
or-
and I put slide 9, but that's where I wrote
Okay.
the question, so it could be any, yes.
It's a great loaded question. I would say we've managed the last 9 years with decreasing investment and support from the state. So this has been a trend. 9 years ago, 50% of our leads came from the state. It is nowhere near that anymore. We're still trying to get the same results as an organization with barely any of the leads from the state. So they pulled out, they closed Enterprise Florida, they have got a skeleton crew. We keep working with them, with Select Florida, and they have offices around the world. We're certainly engaging with them. But from the standpoint of the state, our plan's kind of built around making sure that our support's local and that we're focused locally, because we haven't seen a commitment or investment from the state.
Okay, thank you. And then my other question is, can you explain a little what is, what, that you mentioned the filming event in September. Can you let us know what that looks like, that event?
Yes, so we're working with your team here at the county, the economic development team, and also the film team, to really use that as an opportunity to meet with those companies, meet with people that are have upcoming productions, to see if we can't attract some of that here to Orange County. In addition, we also want to talk to those companies that are in those creative industries around the film industry to make sure that we're not missing any of those opportunities as well, in addition to film. So it's really a two-handed approach of film projects and also company projects that are around the film industry, because they're both going to be at that Toronto event.
Awesome, thank you. Okay, and then, let me see, where's the other one? Okay, and then in the mission that you went to New York and you know, present some results, what kind of job positions are they going to be bringing? Can you like name one or a company?
Yep. A lot of, there's definitely financial services. Obviously, those companies are headquartered in New York. In some cases, we were meeting with companies that do venture and other type of investment in companies, and they have a portfolio of companies under their control. So trying to learn about, have Orlando and Central Florida top of mind for their portfolio companies. So that encompasses a lot of different types of jobs. Novartis, that's going to be in the life science industry. Those are the ones that come to mind, but it's more of the headquarter type operations, financial services operations.
Because I can see, Tim, how, people from New York would like to move over here. I mean, and they will come with the good jobs, and then they will leave the people here with the, more lower jobs. But also I wanted to say, make echo of what Commissioner Uribe said, because there's another, professional, let's see, attorneys and so that the kids have, completed their degree here and so on, they still have to leave the, this site, Orlando or Florida, whatever, because the jobs are somewhere else. They will be hired somewhere else and not here. So, that's what we like. It's very concerning that, they study here, they invest here during, the time that they are here in college and so on, then boom, they leave because there is nothing around here. So
yeah, let me just offer, I don't disagree with that, but let me do offer, even with these numbers that are down, we're still leading the state in job creation. Okay. So it's not all bad. I mean, it's just a different economy, and it's jobs. I think for young professionals, it's just tough nationally, and that's just where we are as a country and as an economy. But I think Orlando's outperforming the rest of the state when it comes to job creation and population growth. So I think, given what we've been dealt, I still think this community, look at the programs at Valencia and Seminole State and UCF being really responsive to try to get people into those careers. We got to do more of that. And again, coming back to the state, we have the lowest funded per student university in the system, and we have the lowest funded per student community college in the system in Valencia. And so that's why our top legislative priorities this year were more funding for those programs to get more people into a pathway where they could be successful. So I think it's a challenge for everybody, but I am proud of how our community kind of collaboratively is trying to address these.
Awesome. And going through that same line, and this question is for Mr. Hamilton. Can you explain a little bit, the projects are getting smaller but with higher capital investment. Can you?
Yes. So I think the clear dynamic is, as companies are expanding, either locally or from elsewhere, they're making the decision that more of the money is going to flow into equipment, machinery, technology, and less to people. And I think that is the structural shift I'm talking about. So you may stand up a facility with 10 million in tangible personal property, but maybe only a couple million in wages. I think that's the kind of shift.
So that's what I'm saying. That's why I get confused, because if it says his projects are getting smaller, that means it would be like we have AI, and so
Yeah.
it would be less jobs, but then the capital investment is higher.
Yes,
So, I
Right.
well, I
So
thought,
one is
well,
almost replacing the other, unfortunately.
all right. So thank you to both. Thank you so much.
Commissioner Simrad.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for your presentation, Tim and Neil. It's good to see you guys. So I wanted to just make sure, because I heard you say that we have more tech jobs or equal tech jobs to that of hospitality, and some of your economic numbers are different than my most recent economic reports, because I have that 3-in-1 residents in our area per our Bureau of Labor Statistics are in the hospitality industry. And at best, so that's 300,000 jobs, about a little bit more, but at best, we have 25,000 that are in the information sector, and if we collect everything from tech, then the best number we can get is 80,000. So we don't have equal. That's not equal. We have 3 to 1.
So what I maybe I wasn't clear. We have as many people in tech as we do at Walt Disney World. Not as
the
in
whole
our entire.
hospitality.
Correct.
Okay, so you're only referencing one company, because a lot of our macroeconomic challenges here are related to having the number one industry being a low wage paying industry that doesn't have a lot of benefits for the people. So that's how we get into situations where we're talking about, and I'm sure you must hear it from your clients that say, hey, affordability of housing is an issue because if their employees can't afford to move here, they can't come here because they don't have labor. So, that's one of the problems is we got a hospitality industry that unfortunately has some of the lowest paying wages in the entire nation, and we have a cost of living that is very high in our country. So there are some things, this sounds kind of like a rosy presentation, but there are some hard realities, and if we look at some of the numbers, like using the 12-month trailing period, and I read all the economic reports that you send out, and I thank you for sending them, but in your April market update, you described it as a severe near term of cooling, where we only added 1,500 jobs ending in February of 2026, which was a drop of 9K in jobs. So if we look at the most recent 12-month trailing period, we have some market indicators that are very concerning. So losing the 9K jobs is a lot, particularly when you consider that even what you're adding, 1,500, is not keeping pace with the fact that our unemployment rate in Orange County just surpassed the national unemployment rate. We're at 4.7. That's 20,000 local jobs, and we're only talking about adding 1,500, yet we got 20,000 people that are recently unemployed. So the report just isn't jiving with the reality of what we see on the streets of Orange County.
The 1,500 jobs is, what is that?
That was in your April report. It said that that you added only 1,500 jobs at the ending of 2/26.
So I believe subsequent to that, it was revised, as they always do. You'll be familiar with the BLS. That 2025 12-month period was 8,800. Right now, June through June, we're at about 18,000. So it came back a little bit, but still not where we've been historically. And I agree fully. The unemployment rate has gone somewhere where we've not really been in the recent term, which is above the U.S.
Yeah, and in that report, I remember reading that you indicated that companies were cutting back significantly on construction and labor, and we see that impacting our local employment numbers. But what I want to understand is I guess, first, I also, when you talk to National Entrepreneur, NEC, they tell you that now they're including in their education tariff aversion, tariff recovery, and tariff mitigation or avoidance. So they're actually educating people on now tariffs. So can you talk to us and describe, like, why are we seeing a cooling market? How come?
In the labor market?
In the economics, in our local economy, why are we seeing a cooling
I think
market?
as Tim said,
'Cause
this
there's a lot of global indicators that are happening that are the result of
uncertainty, volatility. We've stumbled from tariffs to conflict in Iran. And, I think locally, companies, they've actually, talk about the new normal. The new normal is they're actually cutting through the noise and focusing on their own. So they are far more bullish about their own prospects and their own company than they are the U.S. economy. And I think Tim has mentioned, we can't get too down on this. We are still, I call it first world problems. We're still one of the fastest growing markets in the country. It's just this slowdown has permeated all major markets. So I don't think there's anything unique to us. I think it's consumer caution, political volatility, a little bit of AI, to be honest.
Yeah, I think it's war, tariffs, rising costs, and serving special interests over people, essentially, is the decisions we've made as a country. So just one other thing is, when we look at the state and what's happening right now, and on our November ballots, of course, we're going to see property tax reform. And it's a very popular discussion item. If you post anything on social media right now, people fire back right away about their frustration that you hear about costs, and we all understand it. But if we lose our property tax in November, that has really steep macroeconomic implications. We're talking about defunding police, defunding fire, defunding emergency services, defunding all social services. And coupled with that is not only just on November do we have the property tax reform, but we also have the big, beautiful bill is hitting us right now. And effective January 1st, we're expected to lose 492 units and 237 rapid rehousing units, which is 66% of our transient housing units. So what that means is the amount of people that are on the streets blows up January 2nd. So what are you guys doing to educate businesses about the impacts of if the property tax reform passes on the macroeconomic conditions that they depend on to be strong in order to profit and have a thriving business here?
Yeah, I think we're equally as concerned. And we just had an executive committee meeting, and we put together some information to make sure that they were aware from a local perspective, because I think so much is from a state perspective of what that could mean here. And so that is certainly something we're educating our members about, because we're equally concerned of the impacts it will have locally on our economy and the people that live here.
So let me just rephrase my question. I hear educate, and I know that we're trying to educate too, but I see a lot of traction on the other side, and I don't see a lot of traction coming from the don't reform property tax. So where is that educational effort going, and what's your strategy to get it out in a way that it penetrates people's eyes?
Yeah, so just this week we saw a campaign come out that was organized by some state business groups, so we're talking to them about the role we could play to participate in that campaign.
Thank you.
Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Mayor. Tim, thanks for the presentation. I was watching. Only really have one question. You kind of do a bit of this. I'm just going to look to ask for a little bit more. And so you guys track metrics to be able to say, hey, this many companies came here. We won it, right? And that's, I guess, a compilation of data from you and third parties, right? What I would want to see, and let's just take these organizations, the projects, the 15-year date, what I would want to see, and I know there are some nuances that they won't or can't share because of proprietary reasons. I'd want to know from these businesses why they chose us, the top two reasons or three reasons why, right? Kind of correlating to why they didn't go someplace else. Hey, we chose you because this was the difference maker, but this was, let's say transportation, we were really going to go to this city, right? Because they had better transportation, but you had this. but they still may have better transportation. You know what I'm saying? So it kind of ebbs and flows, but I would really want to know specifically from the companies directly, because you guys compile this stuff, you get information, you're looking at things, and it's kind of a way to kind of check and balance, because I hear what you're saying, but it'd be great to come from the company and say, hey, Orange County, we chose you because of this, this, and this, and this. This is why we were considering this city or this county or whatever, but this was the difference maker for us. Because I think it helps us kind of capture the value that you bring, but also gives just a different perspective from the company in a more robust way. I know you do this. I'm just asking if there aren't other ways that you can enhance that. Does that make sense?
Absolutely, I appreciate it. I think the first thing that comes to mind is next time we give a presentation like this, to bring a couple companies so you can hear directly from them about that decision-making process. Because I agree, it's very interesting. It's always interesting. Every company's a little bit different, and it would be great for this board to hear directly from those companies. So we'll take that as a next step.
Yeah, because like if we're planning, right, and a company says, hey, we were considering them, and maybe they ultimately came to us, right? But there was something that this particular city was doing well, then we can make, bolster our area in and around with housing, transportation, infrastructure, training, whatever it is, so that the next company won't even think that's a concern. And so we're able to adjust what we're doing here locally to compensate for what these companies are saying. Hey, yeah, we were on the fence about this because they're better than you at this, or they're better than you in that, And so I think that helps us a lot. In addition to the data that you provide. And so if you can do that, that would be great. I see a couple of companies on here. I know like Amazon has their warehouse over in, they did one in D-Land, I believe, and then they have a larger one out there in Apopka, closer to like the Zellwood area. But like even some of these companies, if you could, I say within the next month, maybe get like a letter from them and tell us why they chose this, it would be great for us.
Absolutely.
Thank you. I'm good, Mayor.
All right. Spent a fair amount of time on the economic outlook. I still think overall what I'm hearing you say is we have some headwinds, but things are still going reasonably well compared to other parts of Florida. So thank you all.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to move forward on our agenda at this point. We're going to move to, we have two other items before we break for lunch. We have... At this time, I'm going to call on Ms. Alyssa Barber-Torres, our Chief Innovations and Emerging Technology Officer, who's going to come forward. She'll be presenting regarding the Orange County Advanced Air Mobility Feasibility Study and where we are with that. And then after she finishes, we will have a presentation by Julie Borders from our stormwater utility regarding the update and the requested actions for the board. So with that, we're going to go ahead now. Alyssa, we're going to go to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners, Comptroller Diamond. Alyssa Barber-Torres here to present a very brief overview with our consultant of the Orange County Advanced Air Mobility Feasibility Study. In August, county staff presented to you with the Greater Orlando Aviation Authority to provide a comprehensive overview and introduction to advanced air mobility, which is the electric vertical takeoff and landing aircraft, or air taxis, that use facilities like that depicted here called vertiports. And as we spoke about at that time, the county is pursuing a number of activities for advanced air mobility readiness to respond to the interests of state and regional agencies, as well as the private sector, in seeing a network of vertiports within various areas of Orange County. So our consultant will provide a brief overview and discuss the recommendations of the feasibility study before the requested action, but our staff is available here to answer any questions you have at any time, including members of our AAM core team planning these initiatives, including members of zoning, the county attorney's office, planning, economic development. And we are eager to hear your questions and input, so I will turn it over to Kurt Ostrodka, a principal with VHB, to present the study. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Commissioners.
Yes, sir.
Comptroller. My name is Kurt Ostrodka. Our business address is 225 East Robinson here in downtown Orlando with VHB. So a brief overview of why we are talking about this is there are many ongoing efforts around Orange County to advance air mobility right now. Recently this year, the state of Florida was one of 8 different pilot projects selected by the U.S. Department of Transportation, in which they propose a corridor, their primary corridor between Tampa and Orlando along I-4. So that, of course, is of interest to Orange County to plan ahead for that. The Greater Orlando Aviation Authority, or GOA, is also moving forward with plans for vertiports on their properties and that kind of planning. And as Alyssa mentioned, the board has been informed about the county's planning efforts since last year. So we continue to move forward with that. I want to share a graphic. This is prepared by FDOT in one of their guidebooks, just to show the different areas of responsibility for local governments, federal agencies, and the state. Notably, that local governments are responsible for land use, community engagement issues, utility coordination, and zoning. And we'll talk a little bit more about airspace coming up. So what we were asked to do was to look at the county as a whole, unincorporated county, and identify the most potentially suitable areas for vertiports based on their existing or planned land uses, connections to multimodal transportation networks that exist today, and environmental considerations. So I do want to make it very clear that airspace is regulated exclusively by the FAA, which means that they dictate operations, flight paths, whether or not something is approved. And the county does not have that authority. Noise is something that also comes up in these advanced air mobility discussions, and the county's code currently exempts aviation-related noise, provided that it complies with applicable laws. So very important to understand that. And then also want to make sure it's clear that there are 653 parcels that would allow a vertiport by right today. So those are industrial parcels within the county, and then over 4,000 that would allow a vertiport by special exception review, which are typically agricultural parcels. So we did a GIS analysis of the entire county, excluding incorporated municipalities and towns, to look at where the most likely places for vertiports that missed environmental conditions and also had connectivity to existing transportations would lay. And as you can see on the heat map here, the areas that kind of jumped out are south of UCF and the Central Florida Research Park, south of Oak Ridge, which is actually just north of Florida Mall, if you were to think of it that way. And then we looked at Northwest Orange County as being our next best area. So kind of nestled in the corner between City of Orlando, Edenville, Winter Park, and Maitland as being a great market opportunity there. So this is using the existing Orange County code, which is in effect today. If we were to widen that to the proposed Orange code, which is pending resolution, the number of potential parcels would increase from 600 to 1,140 permitted with additional standards, and then over 7,000 permitted by a special exception. So you can see that the heat map grew a little bit, so that shows where additional opportunities for vertiports would potentially be available within the county itself. We also did an analysis of the International Drive CRA. So there are a number of parcels there that would allow for vertiports and are connected to multimodal transportation areas, principally along Destination Parkway and South John Young Parkway, the large Lockheed Martin parcel, and then south of the Tangelo Park neighborhood. But it's very important to note that the iDrive District Overlay Zone actually restricts heliport and helicopter commercial activities and enterprises for most of the iDrive CRA. So that today includes the convention center and all the businesses along iDrive. This study does not propose changing the overlay district. It merely identifies that it's there and has a very large impact on that district. So in order to permit a vertiport, an applicant or a proponent would need to have the correct zoning in place. That's the first test. They would then meet with the zoning division to do a pre-application meeting. There are a number of additional items that we are proposing and recommending as part of the study that a proponent provide to the county to help the county review this, because this is a very new and emerging form of transportation. Orange County would then review the application, but the approval is contingent upon two other parties, FAA's determination as well as the FDOT process for a new heliport, airport, or vertiport. So you do have partners in this space that are very experienced in aviation and airspace. But should they, FAA and FDOT, provide those approvals, then the county could proceed with a building permit and vertiport construction could begin at that point. So to help promote Orange County's long-range planning goals, we do have a series of extra recommendations we'd like to include. First of all, requiring a public meeting and notification within at least 1 mile of a proposed vertiport site, continued coordination with our partner agencies, and because while we don't have direct control over flight paths, it sure would be nice to have a seat at the table to talk about it and make sure that the citizens' concerns are heard and understood. The graphic that you see on the right there shows how FAA evaluates airspace today. The gap in that analysis, though, is that they only look at the intersection of these three-dimensional imaginary surfaces with existing buildings that are within the vertiport. So we would like to propose that they look at planned development as well. So the maximum building height for parcels around a potential vertiport would also be considered, which is not part of the process today, to help protect the county's landowners and future development rights. Finally, we would want each vertiport proponent to provide a traffic study as well as their anticipated trip count, so we know how many potential users are going to be at the site, and that will help the county to determine the need for other mobility enhancements around a vertiport site. Require a fire safety plan with some of the newer NFPA requirements for hazardous materials and vertiports, and then require a utility capacity analysis and coordination with Duke or OUC to help determine that they can provide power for these new aircraft. So finally, our requested action is that the board consider and accept the findings and recommendations of the Orange County Advanced Air Mobility Feasibility Study. Thank you.
All right. We're going to go to Commissioner Wilson first.
Okay, I've got a couple questions, and I appreciate the update. This is all new, so just bear with me. What would a traffic study for a vertiport entail?
So both surface transportation, so to determine any impacts on the existing transportation network, but also we would want to know how many potential passengers or cargo is being delivered to that site. Because when you know the kind of the market size, then say you could coordinate with Lynx to help reroute a bus or provide service to that stop. But without knowing what that is, you cannot take that step.
Got it. And my follow-up question to that would be, then there's probably also implications for parking minimums, correct?
Yes, there is a, within FDOT's guidance, they do have some typical prototypical vertiport standards that would include parking. But again, having a understanding of the intensity of use would be helpful to determine that parking.
Because the 653 that would be able or zoned by right now are industrial, yes. But you can't really do a comparison considering those may not necessarily have the same type of consumer traffic that you would see at a vertiport. I mean, I don't know. I'm just confused about why that zoning is by right when it's not something that's contemplated, I don't think, in code specifically.
Commissioner Wilson, thank you for those questions. Let me first add on to what Kurt has presented by noting that, of course, As you're aware, the county normally relies on ITE factors that are developed through study across the country of the same land use to be able to apply a data-driven approach to assumptions for these types of studies. And it's our understanding that FDOT is working on some modeling exercises and perhaps looking at heliports or other types of uses similar to this to be able to derive those factors. And we hope that they'll be able to provide that guidance shortly as, you know, a methodology for how we might address these in the future.
Gotcha.
Because the county many years ago did adopt a vertiport designation within Orange County Code that is there today with no standards.
Oh, okay.
That is what allows those uses
by
within
right.
industrial, yes, by right. And as we understand it, that was done in response to a type of aviation that never received widespread commercial adoption. By, you know, the FAA approved it, but it was never really brought to market at scale. But yet that does sit in our code today and allow these types of uses to come forward. And the city of Orlando is dealing with the exact same situation. So both of us are looking at the
Learning
code.
curve for everybody, right?
Yes, so it does provide that open door for those types of applications. And this is why, as staff, we are making that extra effort to ensure that we can review these with the appropriate technical expertise and ensure compatibility as well. Again, as Kurt mentioned, based on the emerging nature of this mode of travel.
So second question is about the iDrive overlay. There are two right now operating heliports. They're tourist operations. So explain how those have been exempted from the overlay prohibition against this type of use.
Yes, thank you. Those were grandfathered in, and of course, the zoning division could explain in more detail, you know, the specific history of that, but it's our understanding that it is because of concerns about the potential nuisance factors associated with that.
I'm good with the prohibition. I just was wondering how.
Yes.
I was trying to get a translation here on why we already have some that have been, they're definitely a nuisance issue for my residents in Williamsburg. They can hear the noise. So every time this conversation comes up about this emerging technology, the immediate visceral response is, oh no, please don't do that here. Because they are concerned about the same patterns being used that are currently being used. So to understand a little better about what we have in code to address some of those concerns, knowing that we are hampered to some extent by aviation's federal, I would say, oversight. I just didn't understand how the ones that we have right now are operating in that overlay, but they are grandfathered. That was the.
Yes, that is
so
our understanding.
So if they turn over, then does that continue to be a grandfathered parcel? Does that run with the land? I'm sorry, I know this is a Jennifer question, and Jennifer, I pester her every day anyway, so.
So Commissioner, as with any, it basically becomes a non-conforming use if you adopt a new code that impacts an existing business, it becomes a non-conforming. So that use can continue in perpetuity until such time that it becomes inactive for 6 months or more.
6 months or more, okay.
So that business could close, a new business,
They can sell it
a
as
similar
many times as
business
they
could
want
open
to
up
for
2
the
months
use.
later and continue operating. But if it's inoperable or that particular use is inactive at that site for 6 months or more, then it would have to conform to code.
And I'm just curious, you know, I'm just getting clarification because I know they're going to have questions like, oh, if this is coming, it's definitely coming here. How do we, you know, what does that mean and what are the differences? And I think, you know, obviously we're peeling it back. I think the other one I wanted to ask was about the environmental considerations that were part of this study. I'm sorry, Jennifer, thank you. What were those? Because I look at sort of that heat map that was put up, and I think about the Lake Apopka Wildlife Drive and how many birds. It's a birding mecca, and it seems like there may be some competition for airspace, even if it hasn't been federally indicated. But I want to make sure that we're having kind of a conversation, a holistic conversation about what's happening in the airspace there, knowing that Lake Apopka does have a lot of wildlife.
Yes, thank you for the comment. We used the Florida Administrative Code has a provision for a 10,000-foot buffer from solid waste facilities, which tend to attract birds. That is the metric that's used for aviation. We also excluded any parcels that were completely floodplain or wetlands for this part of the analysis. But this was a countywide analysis, so a future vertiport would go through a more detailed site-specific analysis.
Okay, I was going to say, I don't know. I mean, it would be nice to have other variables in that consideration in the future. So thank you. That was it for me.
Commissioner Simrad.
Thank you, Mayor. So I had to do a lifeline to all of you who are on the Metro Plan. Do you remember back when we had a presentation from Secretary Tyler, and he mentioned how many hundreds of millions of dollars were being invested by FDOT into advanced air mobility? Do you guys remember what the number was? I don't know. This is my lifeline. It was more than 100 million. I just didn't have the exact. So I think that when we hear that the state has made a decision to invest our tax-paying money into more than 100 million into advanced air mobility, is probably coming, right? So it's not like a might, it's when this is going to come to the area. So I'm glad that we did a study. What I'm not thrilled about, and what I think is totally ridiculous, is we're talking about little helicopters flying people around before we even have before we can even get Sunrail on the weekends. That's offensive to taxpayers, and I know you guys just did your job, so this is not towards you. I can't ever get behind anything where we've got the next generation coming in and just begging for buses that cost $2 to ride. And these are going to come on the market, and while they say eventually they'll market correct, sure, that happens over time. But initially, this is a luxury product for the rich. And so the rest of us, working class families, can all sit down on here in the miserable traffic, waiting to get to work and being late and missing doctor's appointments because you're past the 10 minutes. That's the reality of what we've got. So what this is it's a luxury mode of advanced air travel for the rich that can do this. And all of us are then the working class stuck down on the road. So I can't accept any type of study like this until we start talking about how we're going to make money off of advanced air mobility to cure and solve the problems that are down on the street that all of us have to face. Things like selling our airspace, selling launch fees, or charging launch fees, landing fees. Whatever it is, this should not be entering our market unless we are finding methods and ways to charge to guarantee that we are recouping funds for the people that we represent who are stuck in the roads. So I would not accept any study until we're actually addressing potential revenue that can be generated. And I will quote our governor, who said, find ways to make money because this property tax reform is going to happen. Well, here we got a way, yet we're not even thinking it, and it's not a might when this comes to Orange County. This is when. So, and I saw a hot spot in the far east. I want to make sure that wasn't in the rural east. Was that Avalon, or was that Lake Nona? What was that in the furthest east yellow spot?
Yes, so the hotspot does indicate the presence of agricultural parcels, which would allow by special exception.
No.
But that's not one of the, that is not one of the recommendations that we made as part of this study.
Okay, so I'm grateful not to see that recommendation, because that would be just a hard no to the farmers of East Orange County. So thank you for not considering that. But again, I'd like to say, thank you for all of the recommendations, but I would like to see recommendations in terms of how we make money off of this form of mobility to cure the issues down on the ground, particularly after this board decided not to study if developers are paying their fair share in impact fees several weeks ago. So we need to find ways to make money, and this should be an opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. We appreciate your input and feedback, and as a result of the comments that you made yesterday in the briefing, I did discuss this morning with the County Attorney's Office your concerns, and they will be looking at it, those recommendations that you make in the context of Florida's statutory and case law framework to see, if those recommendations can be brought forward in some form. So again, we're constrained, as the board has mentioned many times from the dais, in terms of what we can do in the preemption and the statutory framework given to us by the governor and the legislature, but they are looking into your concerns in that light. And,
Thank you. And
thank you.
I researched those three. There is no preemption on launch, landing, or airspace within guidelines. Guardrails, yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
And they will be looking at that again, given their expertise and responsibility. And again, we bring this study forward in light of the agency and market interest that we're seeing, as well as the county's comprehensive plan policies to support transportation options, transportation choice, and automated, connected, electric, and shared transportation to be able to, again, provide the resources to staff to respond to proposals as they may be submitted. But we appreciate your feedback very much.
Thanks. And I have one other suggestion, which would be just like how we pay tolls all day long to get around in Orange County, we should have some airway tolls so that we can make some advanced air mobility. It could be the first ever toll that is generated by public to help pay for public infrastructure on the ground. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Uribe.
Well, I actually have, you and I, Melissa, talked about this yesterday, right? So I have a different perspective. I understand actually where Commissioner Semrad is coming from, but I'm going to talk on a totally different scope. So I just recently met with Secretary Jared Perdue on this because we do know we were one of very few states on the national level selected by the FAA to do this. We're kind of prime picking. But from our conversation that he and I had, it seems like some of the highest highlighted people that would be advancing with this are actually medical hospitals and people who financially are capable, right? It seems like that's going to be the way to go. When they look at if this air mobility happens, they're thinking hospitals are going to be the first ones to actually plug in. I don't know if you guys have noticed that as a way of transporting patients, right, in a much more steady manner. And really, realistically, we're talking about a couple years before this becomes more common, because by my understanding, too, with the FAA, they haven't quite figured out TSA and things like that because of, right now, if you have a private plane, you just walk out and get on your plane, and they haven't really actually looked at when you do air mobility, is that going to be the same? Is it going to be one of these things where you just walk out there, or is it going to be one of these things where it's basically, part two of going through the airport? While I see that it's the future. I mean, I think I'm looking at a different perspective. Yes, I think we all can agree we have a lot of transportation needs that aren't being paid for right now, but I don't think that we need to sidestep things that are going to be progressing over the next 5 years. I mean, really, this isn't something that we're going to see in 20 years. This is something I believe we're going to see in the next 5 years as a very common practice. And the more, I think they're saying now, if I'm not mistaken, about 160 miles, 180 miles, the original folks, but it's going to be like shuttles. They're going to be created more and more and more advanced, kind of like cars. Would you agree with that kind of assessment?
Yes, that's the projected range, and you could anticipate battery technology and materials will continue to improve over time.
Yeah, that's the information, because I don't know, Alyssa, were you at the Floridians for Better Transportation Conference?
No, ma'am, I was not.
You missed it?
Our staff did attend the recent FDOT AAM symposium at Embry-Riddle, and we do tend to attend a number of meetings to be able to promote that coordination, but we were not at that particular
event.
event.
Commissioner Wilson and I were just there, was it last week? Gosh, everything's a blur. 2 weeks ago at the JW, and if I'm not mistaken, air mobility was a hot topic, right? So was space launches. Like you had, was it Blue Origin? Was there? And rail. Oh yeah, Rusty did a really great job on rail. So all of these things are advancing in transportation. While I'm kind of, a little off on this because we have a lot of transportation pressures that are going on us. But at the same time, I would not want us to lose an opportunity of advancement that makes our community, our business community, our medical future of, being able to have patients come here or go somewhere else be in jeopardy for not creating some sort of advancement towards this conversation. Now, financially investing in it to some sort of level, is difficult to do. I know that, I believe Commissioner Cordero and I, a couple years ago, when Kevin Tebow was still at the airport, attended, OIA's advancement of what they looked at as, pads for people to go ahead and land. And I think at that time it was like five pads that they were looking to offer. So they're moving forward on this. So I believe in my interpretation of this, and my one thing, and I've mentioned it to you, was it seems like we should be having a much stronger conversation with FDOT. It seems like we work alongside each other as opposed to really having true dialogue so that we're all on the same page of what they're doing. I mean, they're looking at our airport and what's around it as a future of where DOT is going to be doing. And when you look at the train and the Sunrail connecting to the airport, it just almost seems like a natural conversation that we should be more talking together as opposed to really working independently. So while I appreciate this, I feel like we're not including everyone in the room as we're advancing, but I think it's imperative that if technology takes us there, that we be ready as a county for it. So I have my reservations. I know we're not talking about cost or things like that. We have so much more to fix when it comes to transportation itself, but I really would love to see us get some more information on what the state is doing and what they're advancing. And when you look at everything that's happening around the airport, and this being another mechanism of air transportation, that it should be a priority for us, because we don't want to be behind on this. But I even asked you, I said, what did we pay for the consultant? And no offense to you, Mr. Kurt, right? But to me, you told me, I think it was $145,000 that we spent, or $135. $135,000. I wish it was $135. I thought, that'd be great if that's all it costs. But it seems like we should have done our due diligence more in talking to the transportation factors before we as a county are spending more of our funds in that. But now that that's done, I do believe that we have to kind of be ready for what's going to happen, because I do believe we're going to see advancement in the next 2 to 5 years on a much accelerated factor, knowing that the FAA's already authorized us as a state to be doing this. So good work for what you found. I just hope that we can make it make sense as this advances, because I worry about the medical part. I think that's a very valid thing, that they're going to have the funding to be able to do this. You look at an Advent Health or Orlando Health, they have the funds to buy one when they come and actually start using this immediately for the sake of public safety and health. So good job on what you guys have found. I don't know if you wanted to comment on anything, but you and I kind of got into a deep conversation about this yesterday.
Sure, I'm happy to respond to your concerns, Commissioner, and thank you so much for that feedback. First, of course, as you mentioned, the facilities that already have aviation in place, i.e., existing general use airports, helipads, although an FDOT study found that not all of them would be suitable for the technical needs of this type of aviation. And I think statewide 40% was the number that they saw. So it'll be a process, as you mentioned, in that first wave of sorting out which do have the parking and the circulation on their sites to be able to facilitate the type of aircraft tempo or service calls that these facilities would require. But yes, the first wave of them is anticipated to go where aviation already is. And then the next wave, of course, as you mentioned, would be in a very short horizon, ergo that's why we're bringing forward this study. Let me also say, of course, the county has a longstanding commitment to regional and state coordination on transportation issues as a LAP certified agency who participates very actively in the Metro Plan process. And we welcome any coordination with FDOT and have, in fact, provided comments on their guidebook for local governments in 2024, and were selected to participate as a case study in their update of this book with a consultant, where we presented our recommendations and discussed the process we have been to be able to serve FDOT and other local governments like us looking to these new technologies. And at the district level, we did have a fair amount of coordination one-on-one with their staff. Since it has moved to central office, that engagement is somewhat more limited, although central office, the secretary was invited to participate in the county's economic summit last year, and we continue to seek that coordination as we await a memorandum of understanding that we understand will come forward soon to be able to include local governments in the process that they have already established. So we do welcome that coordination.
So Alyssa, that goes
Yes.
to my further comment is that when the districts are already doing this, why aren't we just working along with them?
Sure, and again, let me clarify. We were working with them, and then it moved from the district level to central office. So the initiatives they were pursuing changed, and again, we welcome continued coordination in any form it may become available.
Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the presentation. If you could summarize in non-commissioner terms and non-county staff terms what the acceptance of this report means and what the non-acceptance of the report means.
Well, I don't think that's a fair question for her to say. Ask her non-staff, non-commission perspective.
What I'm saying is, in layman's terms, for the people that, for the members of the public that are listening, you're asking us to accept this report. What does it mean in a more general terms? Is what I'm saying.
Sure.
Obviously, we've had briefings, and so we have a more substantial understanding of what this is and what it does. But for the folks that are listening, could you break it down a little bit more?
Sure, I would say that it's an acknowledgement that the study was completed and that it is one that you are aware of and do not disagree with the findings and recommendations. And of course, Georgiana, may have some additional input. It does not, for example, take the recommendations and implement them as policy or regulation. I mean, naturally, that is what the comprehensive plan and Orange County's code are for, but it provides guidance to staff that you feel that these recommendations might be appropriate to act on through those vehicles, and at which point, of course, that would be brought back to the Planning and Zoning Commission and to you as a board, for additional action to be able to put them into effect. Thank you.
All right, Georgiana, did you want to have something to say here?
No, I think she did a fabulous job answering that question.
Okay. All right. Commissioner Simrad.
Thank you. I just want to say again, I think the report is good, but it's not done. I really think we should include a section that talks about potential ways that we can make revenue off of this. That should also be a part of the study, is just recommendations. We shouldn't accept all the recommendations of where to put it and what to do without also considering how we make money off of this to help fix the issues on the streets that we have here, the traffic, the lack of infrastructure, the lack of safe infrastructure, and meeting the needs of working families. I really think we need that financial recommendation as well.
Okay. At this point, we don't have those findings, so this requested action is to accept the findings that we have and the recommendations of the Orange County Advanced Air Mobility Feasibility Study. Is there a motion?
So moved. Oh, so moved, Myra.
I think Commissioner Uribe said so moved.
Something. I said
All right.
something.
Is there a second? All right, we have a second by Commissioner Scott. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no.
No.
All right, the motion passes, and it is 5 to 1. Yeah, 5 to 1. All right, thank you all very much. The only thing that I will add about the previous conversation, I do believe that we have to look for alternative modes of transportation, and obviously this board has considered on multiple occasions of expanding our transit system here to from one that is just not just dependent primarily on the Lynx bus system and Sunrail, but to expand those systems. And at some point, that's where truly I think that a future board has to have the courage to really lean into that. We've had numerous conversations in our community about that, and until we really address that as a community, expanding what we do have in a very efficient way, we're going to continue to have the conflicts and the lack of access to good, affordable transportation within our community. So we're behind already, and every year we don't have it. We're going to continue to fall behind. So this isn't, I don't see advanced air mobility as the only solution to our transportation woes. It's just probably a small portion of what we should be doing, but the bigger portion is expanding our commuter rail system and expanding our bus system here within our community. That's where it truly rests. All right, with that, we're going to move forward to the final item of this morning well, it's afternoon now. And the final discussion item is going to be presented by Ms. Julie Bortles from our stormwater utility, and this is regarding an update on stormwater utility. She's been before us before. She's back. We gave her some additional direction the last time she was before us, and so she's done her due diligence in bringing this forward. So with that, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, everyone. As the Mayor mentioned, we are back to report to you on the remaining tasks for Phase 2. So today we're going to be talking about the results of the community outreach that were completed and hope to get guidance from you all on the next steps. So as you'll recall, our stormwater system has a lot of pressure and challenges on it. We've got aging systems, we've got areas of the county that do not currently have adequate stormwater treatment or capacity. We know that we have increased rainfall. We know that we have impervious areas that are increasing around the county that are adding to the runoff to our stormwater system. And we also have strengthened regulatory requirements. And I do want to note that just recently, in the past couple of weeks, we have been notified by the state of Florida through our draft new stormwater permit through the National Discharge Elimination System that we will have increased inspection requirements. As part of the background, we were here last year, we were reporting on Phase 1 of the feasibility study. You all provided guidance to move forward. Part of that task list was to create a project list, develop community outreach, develop a credit policy, and move forward to try and meet that level of service B, which is a 25-year implementation period for those projects, and identify a tiered rate model. So as part of the project list, we have identified to date over $1 billion worth of projects. And those projects include anything from easement, acquisition, infrastructure, retrofits, looking at areas across the county that have repetitive flooding issues, sediment management, water quality, capital projects, and again, that regulatory requirement. So we have a series of maps here for each of the commission districts. These were used at all of the public meetings that we held. These are not ranked, they're simply numbered just to identify the projects, but these were identified across the county, and I'll just kind of scroll through these through each of the commission districts. And so as part of what we brought to you previously, we identified that level of service B, which is that phased implementation to get to a 25-year service period. And then in May of this year, you all directed us to go ahead and complete that community outreach portion where we got feedback from the community. And our timeline is really looking at getting direction from you all today, and then potentially coming back, if we move forward, coming back later in the year with ordinance revisions and public hearing. So we had a very quick turnaround time to complete this community outreach, and I do have to say that we had a large number of staff come together to get this completed. Several departments, several divisions came together very quickly to get this completed. And we had a web page that had our hub for where everything was stationed. We had social media, email distribution. Thank you all for your newsletter disbursements, survey, and then our community meetings. We were able to have 6 community meetings, one in each district. We did have attendance at each one. The attendance was probably a total of about 50 attendees across all of the meetings, but we did get some great feedback from the community. And so we have some of those, the main comments that we received in those community meetings. Many of the comments were very supportive to develop a program that protected flooding and our water quality. There were concerns over the management of off-site flooding. There were varying comments on the level of a rate. Many thought that we should start low and then ramp up over time to get that to that end rate goal. And then also asked if the fee could be lowered once we meet a level of service at a later time. And then some of the methodology, the way we were going to use impervious surface was also a topic of the comments, and whether or not at some point in time property owners could work with the county if they believe that their impervious surface was not correct. And like those are procedural questions that if we were to move to the implementation phase that we would develop at a later time. And then also there were some annexation questions, and if we had a property in Orange County that was being assessed a fee and they would be annexed into another jurisdiction, then those properties would be removed from our tax roll. And then there were several comments in regards to the accountability and transparency of the expenditure of the fee that we would generate, and making sure that we were spending the money and using it on those prioritized projects. And our current ordinance has an advisory board in it. That's something that the board may want to consider including in our ordinance update should we move forward. There were also comments regarding specific types of projects, which we were hoping to get. Such that people identified that potentially spending the fee on purchasing flooded properties, canal improvements, dredging, removing that sedimentation at end of pipe areas. So those were very great comments to get feedback on. And then there were also concerns about the passing of cost in areas where landlords might pass on that stormwater utility fee cost to renters. And I'm not sure that that's something that we control. I think that's a common issue across many different services. And then a sunset question was addressed, and again, that's something that the board can consider if sunsetting the fee at some point in time in the future if we move forward. Drainage districts, residents in drainage districts brought up concern to be included in some type of credit, and that's something that we would also consider moving forward. And then folks in older developments wanted to make sure that new developments were paying the fee and vice versa. So moving on to our survey results. Our survey was administered by Orange County, and it was anonymous. This went live at the end of May, and we have about 245 responses as of this past Saturday. There were 10 questions. We were able to get it in 4 different languages. So I'm just going to kind of step through each of those survey responses. So the first question goes to the knowledge of our residents and whether or not they knew we had a stormwater utility but not charging for it. And the majority said no. And then question 2 goes to the concern about water quality and flooding. Majority, 61%, said they were concerned about those issues within the county. And then question 3 allowed our respondents to identify areas in the county that they have seen flooding issues or water quality issues. And as you can see by the map, so these were locations that were identified by the respondents, not necessarily where they were from because this was anonymous. So the issues were fairly evenly distributed across the county. And question 4 goes to the methodology of the calculating the fee. A majority, 54%, said they did not support using impervious surface as the method of calculating the fee. And then question 5, do you believe that larger properties that generate more storm runoff should pay higher stormwater fees? And the majority, 52%, said yes. Question 6, should there be the ability for residents of businesses to receive a credit for reducing their contribution to our stormwater system? And the majority, 65%, said yes. And then on to question 7, do you support a dedicated funding source for stormwater? 43% supported and 38% opposed. And then question 8 goes to how much would you be willing to pay for a month? 50% did not support a fee, and a total of 48% supported paying some type of fee, with a majority under that $10 a month. So about almost 40% under the $10 a month. And then question 9 is a resilience question. Did they support Orange County being able to bounce back after large events? Almost 70% said that they thought that that was important. And then finally, question 10 was the overarching, do you support moving forward with a stormwater utility? And 51% opposed and 37% supported. So in summary, for the survey, again, we had 245 responses as of this past weekend. 61% were concerned about flooding. 70% think that it's important for the county to invest in resilience. 65% believe properties should receive a credit for reducing their impacts. 43% supported dedicated funding, while 38% opposed. 48% supported paying a monthly fee, with almost 40% supporting under $10 a month. And overall, 51% oppose the stormwater utility fee, and 37% were in support. We had 11% in the neutral category. And so just a reminder on our timeline, if we were to move forward today, we would be back later in the year for ordinance revisions and public hearing. So in summary, in May of this year, we were directed to complete the community outreach, which we have done. The community input survey summary, we received feedback from all districts, and 48% of the respondents showed support and funding at some level. Overall, 51% opposed the utility fee and 37% were in support. So with that, we were requesting direction from the board on whether or not to move forward with the stormwater utility fee at this time. If we are directed to move forward, we would return on July 14th, and we would request direction from the board on the elements required in order to move forward with phase 3. And that includes the tiering, the credit policy, what the starting rate for the fee might be, and if we started low, would we escalate over time to the final fee to meet that level of service B? And with that, we have our team here, and we'll be happy to answer any questions.
All right, well, probably not a lot of surprises here. You know, people don't want to pay a lot of money, but we still got to come up with some solutions. So, Commissioner Wilson, you're up.
Thank you so much. I know this is a lot of information. It was very detailed. I can't tell you, when looking at the District 1, when we were out there on the big board in the potential project list, that it was a literal list of the day I went 2 days after Ian in my waders with my raincoat on to try to figure out how we were going to help people. And I think I said this that evening at the community meeting, and I'm going to say it again. Right now, we're in this strange drought time in our rainy season, and I'm concerned that it's a little bit out of sight, out of mind. But my first 2.5, 3 years in office, almost every call we got was about standing water in places we'd never had standing water before, and about water quality degradation that people said, we've never seen the water look like this. We don't understand what's happening. And so to understand now the exact reasoning for why we need to implement this, I just hope we can somehow make sure that we're keeping everybody within that conversation along the way. I do think the conversations I had after the community meeting, I try really hard to emphasize the utility as well. Well, it is also utility, but the water quality piece. I think people who did not have potentially flooding concerns zone out a little bit about the rest of this until you say, well, water quality for all of our water bodies is affected by the fact that we don't have an updated system to help make sure the water's going back in the condition it needs to go back in. And I will say the feedback I got from, and I had some letters that I didn't forward because I know you all are inundated about the survey. People wanted a place to comment, which I know is a little hard to capture for stats, but I think one of the residents in particular who may have indicated that she wasn't willing to pay told me, because I want them to explain to me what are we having developers do and pick up, understanding that the impervious surface conversation is exponential, and that we're, as we're, potentially those development interests, their impacts are more consequential as we lose, the soil content that we need to be able to percolate the water. And so I think understanding that a little bit better and the impacts that developers will feel, can you kind of elaborate on that a little bit and tell us what will this fee mean to your development interests and how does it apply to them?
Well, the fee is going to be assessed by a property owner. The new development that's coming in has to build their project or development per the state stormwater rules, which are more stringent these days. So there are going to be increased treatment and capacity in those areas. However, the stormwater fee goes to the stormwater system across the county.
Historic, right? Like the
Right.
historic.
I mean, those people that live in a new development are also using older roads to get to schools, to the grocery store, to other areas. So it's a combination of, yes, those new developments are being built to today's standards, but there may be other areas in the county that those same property owners use that are not.
Yeah, and I think so we'll just need to continue to emphasize those conversations about the existing stormwater, and our predecessors didn't approach this in the way that probably would have been a more meaningful one at this point, knowing it was a 0.0 that they entered as the amount that they were taking in. But I do think we've also tried to approach it in a way that incentivizes, knowing that there's an LID manual now that is in place, but we don't have anything right now that requires LID consideration. It is just there as a potential, right?
Right.
Mm-hmm. I was going to say, do you have any thoughts about that?
I mean, I think if we were to get a stormwater utility in place, we would have more flexibility to be able to incentivize low-impact development. That's the way many other communities do it. They use their stormwater utility to do that.
Okay, that's what I kind of thought, that you needed to have something there as part of the conversation. And let me ask, because I know that we've been, the contrast between this conversation and the conversations about economic development and potentially the affordability crisis that we have all across the land. Can't help but saying, hey, there's going to be some people that will see this as added hardship. Will there be potential exemptions or some kind of deferment program that can be put into place should there be somebody who this would really tip them over the edge? And I know we're looking at incremental amounts, but is there some pressure valve release if somebody has a potential hardship that they can evidence somehow?
Well, I think certainly, I mean, there are other utilities that do have certain exemptions, and, we can certainly, if we move forward, develop that list and bring it to you for you all to decide whether or not to include that. And again, if our rate, if you decide to start at a low rate, $3 to $4 a month, and then, determine that a certain ramp-up period, whether that's a 5 or 10-year period to get to that, the goal for that level of service be, that's certainly also something that we have flexibility on.
Thank you. That's perfect. I support moving forward with this. I think we can't bargain basement our water and the potential for the hazards of flooding during our storms. So thank you for the work on it and whatever we need to do to make sure it's moving forward. I'm in your corner.
Thank you.
Commissioner Simrad.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Julie. Thank you for all the work and the team. I know this is a big study and a really heavy lift. So a couple of weeks ago, remember that this board made a decision not to increase developer, or study, not increase, but just study whether or not developers were paying their fair share into our infrastructure with their impact fees. And at that time, the reason why the board justified the vote the way that it was, which was to do nothing, was because we wanted to wait to see what happened in November. And if we're going to pay that to developers, in my mind, we should be doing that for taxpayers as well. And the reason is because if we look at the timing of this narrative is running very counter to the mainstream narrative. And I'm not saying that we don't ever do this, but timing is really important, I think, right now. And when we posted this on our social media, it blew up with people say, 130 comments, where a very small amount of them were supportive of this. The statistics also show it. They agree very, very strongly in line with the transportation sales tax. 60% of people are saying, no, they don't want this. So at this time, I don't think that it's smart for us to run a counterintuitive argument, because in the long term, yes, short term, we might have some flooding issues that are going to happen, but in the mid and long term, if we are defunded, like what could potentially happen in November, we have a huge long-term problem. And I think anything that we do right now is under a microscope. And so I think timing is important. And when we made a decision to not study whether or not developers are paying their fair share, we sent a loud message to taxpayers that people did not agree with. And so at this point in time, we shouldn't be saying we're not even going to study if they pay their fair share, but we're going to ask you to increase your fees. That is not a good look, and it's not a good look heading into November's election. So I think we should think about timing on this. Maybe my position would be to postpone, to suspend, give the taxpayers exactly what we gave to the developers, which was the time to just see what's going to happen in November. I think that that's the fairest thing to do. And, I know that this is short term, might have negative implications, but we need to look at the timing and we need to look at the narrative that's flowing all around us. Thank you.
Nope. Commissioner Scott.
So with this process, if we were to move it forward, would it be like how the MSTU is set up, in a sense that the project would be based on the amount collected per service area, or that hasn't been fleshed out yet?
So the fee would be based per property on how much impervious surface is on each of the properties.
Okay. All right. I'm good. That's all I need. I just wanted to get clarity on that. All right. I'm good.
Commissioner Uribe.
I couldn't attend the meeting because I was here in the BCC when TAF took place. And I believe in mine, only 6 residents show up. And I really try to push it. I even tried to invite businesses, to come and hear what's going on. And I believe one of my businesses actually went, because they told me they sent someone. And I'm going to kind of go on what Commissioner Semrad said, but I'm going to take it a little step further. I think realistically, this increase, let's be honest, there are areas that are not going to see any improvement. And I'm going to bring right in front is Rio Pinar, right? An older community that floods tremendously, that was built in the 50s and 60s, that didn't have the regulations, but now what's happened is the county has no access to any of the property around it. And we've had community meetings, and I want to thank Joe Conkel's team. I'm talking about you, Joe. When we went out there and had community meetings in Rio Pinar, and everyone was angry because there is no real solution coming up. We can't have the land to the left. The buyer doesn't want to sell to us. We don't have the right of way. We did deeper trenches. We're trying to update. We created a new retention pond. But the reality is they're not going to see an improvement unless we eminent domain something, right? So you're talking a lot of, Commissioner, please. You're talking a lot of, I think in areas like Commissioner Wilson, that still can be rectified and things like that. But you're talking a big part of this community, of this county that can't, or is going to cost millions and millions and millions of dollars before we see it. So I have an issue with that. And right now, it seems like our biggest problem is having people understand what a property tax rollback looks like and what that effect is going to make. I always find it interesting when I talk to renters and they think it's a great plan and they don't realize that it actually is not them who are going to benefit off of this. And so I did want to follow up when it comes up to, I thought before we talked about MSTUs, right, and MSBUs. Can you kind of walk me through what will happen on that end? Are we talking about eliminating them? Are we talking about, what are we talking about with reference to that in this?
No, they would not be eliminated. However, they would get a credit for the utility fee. I think we were looking at potentially like a flat percentage credit for those areas that were included, whether it's a water quality based MSTU BU or stormwater maintenance.
So do we have any kind of idea what that, like, is that a 50% credit, a 20% credit? What have we looked at under our numbers right now of what the expectation would be?
I think most likely it would be under a 50% credit, but those are the decisions that we would bring back to you on July 14th for you to decide.
Okay, I'm going to agree with Commissioner Semrod. Until we know what this impact is going to be on us, I think it's very premature for us to move forward on this. But when we know, and we'll know pretty quickly, at that point, I think that's when we're gonna have to make decisions. I mean, I just saw an article that now says the governor's not even going to champion for the property tax rollback because he's upset that schools got exempted. You know, so really, what is this going to look like? Are we going to be okay? Is it really going to happen? Kind of situation. So until we can really assess it completely, I think that we should pause it for now.
Commissioner Semrad, did you want to speak?
Mayor, it's just 10 seconds. I just had to put on public record, Julie, because we've had many discussions. Wedgefield people, because they pay into the roads and Drain and Ranger. What is it?
Ranger Drainage District.
Ranger Drainage District, because they pay into that, and they're the only ones in the county that do. They were asking for a discount, and we talked about that, so I just wanted to say that. And then the other one was the people in the east, like the farmers that have the huge swaths of land, they take on more stormwater, and they were hoping for a discount as well. So I told them that I would state that during the public hearing, so I just wanted to do that. And I know we have ongoing discussions about it, so
yes,
thank
we'll
you.
definitely take that into consideration.
Commissioner Gomez-Cordero.
Oh, Mayor, my question was kind of answered, but it was like, what will be the impact? But you already responded, so that's why I'm okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Scott.
I already spoke. Yeah, I didn't press it again.
Okay. All right. So there is the board action. Okay. Staff is requesting whether to or not to move forward or not. Is there a motion?
I moved we not move forward.
Second, Uribe.
All right. We have a motion to not move forward. Okay. Would
Can I
you
make a
want to
friendly-
clarify
a friendly
that
amendment?
motion, Commissioner Scott? Do you want to delay it till after the November election?
Sorry, I would ask, okay, withdraw my motion. And I would like to present a new motion that staff bring this back for board consideration after the property tax amendment. Obviously, there'll be some additional conversations with us. And
Commissioner, I think you're not into your mic for whatever reason.
I move the staff table this until after the November election, and then come back with additional feedback based on what does or does not happen in November.
Second.
All right. So I think the original seconder on the prime motion was that Commissioner Uribe?
Yeah, but
that was-
some new motions.
Yeah, I withdrew that motion.
Okay.
to a new one. I didn't
All
do
right.
that.
So are we clear? Commissioner Scott's motion is to bring it back for consideration after the November election. And I'm going to go to the county administrator. What will that look like? You know, when we say after, are we talking about
Well, there,
first quarter of the next fiscal year?
How much time would you need to, I guess, like, let's say it, but how much time would you need for calculations on the staff level? Like, obviously, if, let's just say the property tax change passed, you would have to do some additional research.
no, I mean, here's the deal. Property tax proposal, I won't call it reform, property tax referendum.
Wouldn't be effective.
That, absolutely, this particular need, though, what you saw on that list, the $1 billion need, that remains, and the sources are fairly limited in what we pay for. So this conversation is really, would be really predicated on how soon the board wants to take this up. It won't change the calculations per se on the stormwater. Now, the board may be in a position to discuss a whole host of other possibilities, and we're going to cover that a bit during the budget work sessions. So that may be, if you're considering the time frame, it may be more so about all the other areas that this board may want to discuss. So the board at that time may want to discuss with respect to implications of if it were to pass, for example, there are some other policy matters that the board would be taking up, this being one of those as well.
Then I would say, given that context, either the second meeting in January or the first meeting in February, that would allow adequate time to brief the new commissioners, get their feedback, and then come. So I don't know, based on what we have on the agenda.
So that would be the second quarter of
The second quarter of 27.
Fiscal year.
next fiscal year.
Second quarter of fiscal year 26, 27.
Okay, so Commissioner Uribe, you're clear, well, we're talking about, all members of the board clear. Okay. With that, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The motion passes and it is unanimous. All right. Thank you for that. We will go into recess until 2 p.m. We'll start the afternoon portion at that time. Thank you. All right, good afternoon, everyone. Let me welcome all of you back to the Orange County Board of County Commission meeting of June the 30th, 2026. We're now in the afternoon portion as we have gone back live now with Orange TV. The first item on the agenda this afternoon is under subsection 4, and we'll begin with Ms. Lakin O'Hara from our zoning division, who will be presenting the June the 4th, 2026 Board of Zoning Adjustment Recommendations. And with that, you are recognized, Ms. O'Hara.
All right. Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. On June 4th, 2026, the Board of Zoning Adjustment heard 11 cases. 7 cases were recommended for approval, 2 cases were recommended for denial, 2 cases were continued. The BZA appeal deadline was Friday, June 19th, and no appeals were received. So with that, we request that the BCC accept the BZA recommended action and findings.
All right, with that, do we have a motion for
So
approval?
moved, Uribe. Second, Gomez.
Motion and a second. Second, there was Commissioner Gomez-Cordero. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. With that, we're going to move to the next item. I will, on the last vote, Commissioner Scott was not present for the vote. We're going to move forward now to on the subsection 5A1. We'll open up the public hearing on this item. Ms. Susan Usack, our Deputy Director from Public Works, is going to frame that item. And with that, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a petition to vacate PTV-26-03-008 from Kyle Lamonte McBride. The petitioner requests that Orange County vacate a 2-foot wide portion of a 12-foot wide utility easement that lies along the east property line of a residential lot and a portion of a 6-foot wide utility easement that lies along the north property line of the same residential lot located within the Tangelo Park Section 4 subdivision containing approximately 802.15 square feet. The petitioner wishes to vacate in order to clear title to the property. The property lies north of West Sand Lake Road and east of Pomelo Drive. The Real Estate Management and Environmental Protection Divisions have no objection to the request. All utility providers have also provided letters of no objection. Approval of this request will have no adverse effect on the county, and staff has no objection to the request. Our requested action is approval of PTV 26-03-008. The parcel is located in District 6, and I'm here to answer any questions.
All right, thank you very much. Is the applicant on this item present? And if so, would you like to come forward and offer any questions or comments? Okay, you can stand by. Do we have members of the public present who should be heard on this item?
We have no speakers for this item, Mayor.
All right, then we'll close the public hearing portion. We'll go to the, well, the district commissioner is not here, and that's Commissioner Scott, but any member of the board can move this action.
Motion for approval?
All right, motion by Commissioner Uribe. Is there a second?
Oh, Commissioner Scott's here. I don't know if he...
You can, Commissioner
Okay.
Scott, we're on your item. You want to be the,
Approval? Second? Okay.
you want to be the second on the motion? All right, so, okay. All right, so he'll be the second on the motion. All right, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. All right, we're going to move to item A2. We'll open the public hearing on this item. And Ms. Susan Usack, our Deputy Director from Public Works, will frame this item as well. With that, you're recognized.
This one is a petition to vacate PTV-26-03-009 from Scott E. Crossman on behalf of Lee 1600 LLC. The petitioner requests that Orange County vacate a portion of a 10-foot wide utility easement located within a commercial lot in the Fairview Shore subdivision containing approximately 2,260 square feet. The petitioner wishes to vacate in order to clear title to the property for future development. The property lies south of Lee Road and west of Davison Avenue. The Real Estate Management and Environmental Protection Divisions have no objection to the request. All utility providers have also provided letters of no objection. Approval of this request will have no adverse effect on Orange County, and staff has no objection to this request. All requested action is approval of PTV-26-03-009. The parcel is located in District 5, and I'm here to answer any questions.
All right, thank you. Is the applicant on this item present? If so, would you like to make any comments? You can stand by. Okay, all right. He's waving on making any comments. Do we have members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
We have no speakers for this item,
All right.
Mayor.
Then we'll close the public hearing portion at this time. We'll go to the district commissioner, Commissioner Simrad.
Thank you, Mayor. Move for requested action.
Second, Gomez.
We have a motion and a second. The second is Commissioner Gomez-Cordero. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. We'll now move to item B3 for this afternoon. We'll open the public hearing on this item. Mr. Jason Sorensen, our chief planner, will be framing this item. With that, Mr. Sorensen, you're recognized.
All right, thank you, Mayor, and good afternoon, Commissioners. This next case was continued from the May 19th board hearing. So this is a board called Conventional Rezoning Request. This is a property located at 9256 First Avenue. The request is to go from RT1 to I1A. The proposed use is a flex warehouse. The subject property is located in District 3. The current future land use of the subject property is industrial. Again, the current zoning is RT1, and the proposed zoning would be I1A Restricted Industrial District. Some pictures of the site and surrounding area. So this is looking north at the subject property. This is looking east. In the background there is the fire station. And then looking west, so the subject property is on the right-hand side of the screen, and this is a warehouse building that's to the west of the subject property. And then this is looking south. It looks like a house, but it's actually an office building. and this is an aerial of the subject property. 143 notices were sent to an area extending beyond 500 feet from the subject parcel. To date, we have received one response in opposition. We did have a second community meeting on June 22nd. So the first community meeting we had in February had 9 residents. At the second one, there were 16 residents. The concerns expressed were for incompatibility, small lot size, semi-truck traffic, and the preference for residential. At the Planning and Zoning Commission hearing, there were no members of the public during public comment. The Planning and Zoning Commission is recommending that the board make a finding of consistency with the comprehensive plan and recommend approval of the I-1A zoning district, and staff is available for any questions.
All right, thank you, sir. Is the applicant on this item present? Would you all like to make any comments? If so, you can come to the mic. And you can pull it down to you. There you go.
Good afternoon. My name is Veronica Chassin, and I'm speaking today on behalf of the property owners and our family regarding rezoning case RC 2603-007 for the property located at 9256 First Avenue, Orlando, Florida. And first, I would like to thank the county staff, the planning division, and the planning and zoning for commission for the time and analysis dedicated to our application. We're a family of small investors who have worked with this responsibility, integrity, and respect for our community. And our goal has always been to develop this property in a responsible and compatible way with the future land use, which is industrial. So we understand that there's concerns expressed by residents, and we understand this. However, we respectfully believe there may be a misunderstanding regarding the intended use for the project we are proposing. The project is a low-impact project, and the concept is emphasizing in low-impact businesses, which is electricians, plumbers, cleaning companies, just for an office space and a storage, and it doesn't have a high impact. So it's low impact. We understand the concerns of semi-trucks and traffic. We understand that, but our project, it is not for high impact. It is for small business owners, and we know that in the lot next, I do want to mention that the lot next to this lot that we're specifically talking about today, the next one, the lot next to it is 3C3, which is commercial, and we are the owners of that lot as well. And for our property, we know that there has been some concerns about it being residential. However, no residential development is permitted on this parcel due to the future land use. There's inconsistency. So we want to rectify that. We want to use this land for the future land use. And we respectfully believe that introducing additional residential density directly with this existing corridor may not be compatible to the area surrounding it. And our family is willing to cooperate with the county and comply with reasonable operational conditions that ensure that the project remains low impact and respectful to the community. That is what we want to do. We want to keep it respectful to the community. We want to keep it low impact. And keep it with the future land use. And we respectfully ask the board to consider the staff recommendation and the unanimous recommendation from the Planning and Zoning Commission. And we are not seeking to create a high-impact industrial project. That is not our vision. We're just simply asking for opportunity to responsibly develop a small-scale project that supports local businesses while remaining compatible with existing area. And thank you so much for your time, consideration, and service to Orange County.
All right, thank you very much. We'll stand by. Do we have members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item? If so, we will ask members of the public to come to the microphone, and you will give us your name and address for the record.
We have just one speaker for this item, Mayor, Dickie Owens.
Good afternoon, Mayor Dibbings and Honorable Commissioners. My name is Dickie Owens. I'm president of Take Action for Taft. I'm a lifelong resident of Taft. I'm here to represent our residents of Taft. As a lifelong resident of Taft, I'm greatly concerned about the changes that are happening in my community. Back in 1991, changes were made to the areas of Taft, causing community to change from a small, close-knit community to a more sterile industrial feel. Currently, the plot of land being considered today to have usage change from residential to industrial, this is not what the residents of Taft wants. In the area around Taft, there has been 4 up to 6 new industrial buildings that's unoccupied to this day that's been built. The warehouse is built currently unoccupied. Adding to this flex-use industrial building will only add more unoccupied space in our area. In 1991, the residents were not asked what they wanted to happen with their community, and now we're paying the price. We don't want or need this property change. The property in question is located directly across the street from Station 73. Residents are concerned that this cause more congestion in the area around. If you ask the residents of Taft what we need, this is what they would tell you. Taft needs more affordable housing, a grocery store or market, a new fire station. Ours is the oldest fire station in the county at almost 75 years old. We respectfully ask that this body deny this change of usage. We don't need any more industrial places. We need homes and ways for the residents in Taft to survive. I just ask you guys to, consider this, because I'm losing my residents through industrial and commercial. I don't know how this got changed over the years from 1991 when Fran Pignon was here, but we need to keep it residential.
All right, thank you, Mr. Owens.
Thank you, guys.
Stand by. Do we have other members of the public present who should be heard on this item?
I believe that was our only speaker for this item, Mayor.
Okay. So I'm going to ask the applicant or representative of the applicant. You have some remaining time. You can come back to the mic. You heard the concern by the resident. If you'd like to address that, this would be your opportunity to do that.
Thank you for the time, and I just wanted to add that we, as I mentioned before, we do understand that the concerns in the property. However, the property, as I mentioned, the future land use is industrial. If we were to do residential, which is not an option that we have, it is not the vision that the owners have for the property. If we were to do residential, it would be the same process of what we're doing right now. And we have been in this same process for almost 4 years. We are a family of small investors. I understand the community and we have empathy for them. We do. However, we cannot stop for a community to grow. And I know that there are warehouses or business units that are empty. However, that will not be our case. That is not why we are doing this. We don't want to build something for it to be empty. We want to use it. We have the passion for it. We want to advance the community. We want to help them, but we have to be open to work together. We have to be open to understand each other. And this is what I wanted to mention. It's just from the bottom of my heart, we understand the community, but you have to also understand us as owners, that we have been in this process for 4 years. It has not been an easy process. We do not come from, we have a budget. We don't come from a family of, it is an investment, and the property was bought, and we have been fighting this. We have been in this process, and I'm asking you to consider this, to be open to it. And yeah, that's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
What is it that what kind of business are you going to put in there? What are you planning to do?
Yeah, it is. So basically, it is not as much as like a warehouse. It is a business unit. So we are looking to rent it to small business. So it would be if you are a company that has cleaning supplies, for them to use that space to do it for storage and also an office space for them, because we do know that there's a lot of businesses that do not have a space there's needs out of space. There's a lot of entrepreneurs in our community, and they are in need of that space. So we want to provide it. That is our vision. So it will be more of like, electricians, plumbers, contractors. So for them to have a space, to have a space for work. And yeah, that is our vision for this space.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
All right. I'm going to close the public comment portion, but I will like to ask staff just about any entitlements by right in terms of the current land use zoning that's been approved.
Mayor, so right now, the property is unable to be developed because the zoning is RT1, which is a residential zoning, which is inconsistent with the industrial future land use. So something would have to happen. Either the future land use would have to change to a residential future land use, or the zoning has to change to an industrial zoning for it to be developable.
Okay. We do have a question by Commissioner Gomez-Cordero, and then I'm going to go to Commissioner Uribe.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. I wanted to ask, Commissioner, what in this space, the front, is that whatever is in front of this land, that's a house?
It used to be. So it used to be residential. People lived there, and unfortunately, as the people passed away, other family member outside of the area sold it, or trying to sell it and sold it to people, to investors.
And then the other one in the back?
That's an office.
That's an office?
Yeah. But it was zoned residential.
And this is all residential down here?
It's that way, but future land use, unfortunately, the commissioner in 1991 did not talk to the community about tearing up their entire residential area. There's also a church, the fire station, and it's still residential. They're just squeezing out the community little by little by little by little. Unfortunately, my team is actually looking at how do we revert that from being all industrial, because people live there.
That's what I'm saying, yeah.
Yeah, it was done in 91. It was very irresponsible, and they even know it, but they didn't know at that time. You can't come back up and say
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Simrad.
Thank you, Mayor. So I think, Mr. Dickey, I think you met with the District 5 team yesterday, where you came in and said that you felt the community was being pushed out little by little. Why not seek a future land use map amendment to go residential? Because I hear the concerns of the community, and they feel like they're losing Taft,
Absolutely. And for the record, so we had a community meeting, and the community was totally against it. The actual owners didn't show up at the first meeting. They sent a representative. There was a consensus. Nobody wanted it. And I told them, I said, this isn't good. And then I wanted to meet the owners. They sent the representative to meet with me, and I said, why won't you look at residential option? Because you can change it. And they said, I'm going to take it to the owners. And we said, please add some residential. They'll even take townhomes, a little bit more intensity, but have people live there. And again, the owners never met with me. And then finally the owner said, well, we don't want to do that. And so they said, let's have another community meeting. And this time more community members came out. It was very, very intense. They don't want to see this. Our team is actually looking at what does it take to revert future land use from this. And folks from 90-something years old all the way to younger people in our 20s came to this meeting saying, please stop doing this to our community. I went to the applicant that night. I said, please consider it. They said, this is an investment. That's not what our investment is for. And And it's time we stand up for the people. And I am looking at trying to change the future land use and helping these people. And I hope that if that church right there will even do housing, I mean, they need housing, affordable housing desperately, desperately.
I support investing in our community and keeping the people
Me
who
too.
live there.
And with that, I want to file a motion for
We do
denial.
have Commissioner Wilson.
Oh, sorry. Oh,
Yeah, no, I just had a question for staff, because it looks, I'm looking at the future land use, and it looks like it is commercial to some extent all the way around, except for that one corner. Would a staff-initiated land use, a comprehensive plan amendment, trying to get consistency with the residential even be accepted, understanding that there is going to be some incompatibility with the industrial that's all around there?
You said staff initiated?
Yeah.
So, well, we can't do staff initiated right now because,
Right,
we're out
right.
of compliance. But maybe to answer the question that I feel like you may be asking is that Vision 2050, the designation that we have proposed for this property, these areas, is neighborhood center high.
Okay.
So the industrial future land use that you see on this map would largely be replaced with neighborhood center high. And what that would allow for is a mix of uses. It could be residential, it could be commercial. So it would allow for that, that mix of uses.
Okay, thank you.
All right, we're going to go back to Commissioner Uribe.
And I do want to add, by the way, one block south is the Taft Community Center. And then 3 blocks over is the Boys and Girls Club. And not to mention an elementary school. And what's really, really bad is all this heavy commercial and industrial are mostly used car lots, mechanics, tow shops, junkyards, who'd make it even difficult for people to get through their neighborhood to go down these roads. It's really, really sad. And we've been fighting. We just got a park for Taft that they didn't have. This community is dying to survive, and we can't give up on it.
So you haven't met the owners, Commissioner?
I just met him for the first time at the community meeting last time. First time. I've requested it multiple times. That was the first time. So with that, I want to file a motion for denial.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Uribe, second by Commissioner Scott. All in favor of the motion for denial, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. All right, the motion passes, and it is unanimous. All right, hopefully you all understand what just happened. So we're going to move to the next item. Before we open the public hearing on this item, Mr. Sorensen, you're recognized.
All right, thank you, Mayor. This next item was also continued from the May 19th board hearing. This is a request in District 5 to change the zoning from A2 to R2 restricted. This is for a property at 7449 Restful Street. This property, the applicant is proposing a duplex, so it'd be 2 dwelling units, again, District 5. The future land use currently is medium-density residential, which allows consideration up to 20 units per net acre. The R2 district would be the least intense district that would have consistency with the medium-density residential future land use. So again, current zoning is A2, which is inconsistent with the medium-density residential future land use, and then the proposed is restricted R2. Here are some pictures of the subject property and surrounding area. This is looking north at the subject property, looking east toward Goldenrod from the subject property, looking west down Restful Street, and then looking south across the street from the subject property. And this is an aerial of the subject property showing it a few lots over from North Goldenrod Road, north side of Restful Street. 176 public hearing notices were sent to an area extending beyond 500 feet from the subject parcel. To date, we have received 0 responses. A community meeting was held on March 11th with 7 residents in attendance. Their concerns were for incompatibility and for unit size. At the Planning and Zoning Commission hearing, there were no members of the public during public comment. We do have a proposed restriction, though, however, to address some of the resident concerns and to address compatibility. The second restriction here would pretty much require that the structure look like, instead of looking like 2 units, would look like 1 unit, where 1 unit would be behind the other unit. So from the road, it would have the appearance of just perhaps one unit. So the Planning and Zoning Commission is recommending that the board make a finding of consistency with the comprehensive plan and recommend approval of the R2 restricted zoning district, and we have the 2 restrictions, the second one being the one that's proposed today. And staff is available for any questions.
All right, thank you, sir. Is the applicant on this item present? If so, we'll invite you to the microphone for any comments.
Good afternoon. My name is Florian Gadali, and I'm the owner of the property. Initially, I purchased this property to develop it for affordable housing, and I understand that there are some concerns with the compatibility of a duplex in the community. I prepared a short slideshow, and I will show you what I can do and what can be done in this for this property. So currently zoned as A2, and the application was made to zoning to R2. There were concerns about compatibility with the existing neighborhood. I was told try to build a single family unit, and I looked at the numbers together with builders, and due to current costs, the minimal total cost would be around $600,000-700,000, either as a single detached family house with or without an ADU. Initially, I agreed to an ADU, not knowing that if I build a single family home with an ADU, I will have to move with my family and claim homestead there and then rent the ADU. That was not the plan. So building a single family unit with an ADU, unfortunately, it's not feasible. Also, the cost of building it would be close to $800,000, and I will show you. And my belief is that I will not be able to recover the funds placed in development. So, right entering the street, there's an apartment complex. This is the next property to the west. This is the back of the property, which is a target wall. This is one of the houses across the street, which is a single-family unit. This is across the street next to the previous house. This is another house across the street closer to the property I bought. This is another property which is clearly has an A and B number to it, and there are two families living there. This is the property right across the street from me, and that roof hasn't been repaired since August last year. This is the same house across the street from me with, looks like they have an air conditioning in the window. And given the fact that the development costs at $150, $160 per square foot would require around $700,000 investments that include the purchase of the land. This is an image from Zillow showing that the properties around it are in the $100,000, $200,000, $300,000, and selling a house of $800,000 in this community would be a little bit risky. Right next to my property, this is my next door neighbor to the east, and the question is if this house is occupied or not, and I found out that it is, and there is a dog guarding the property. And then next to that property towards the east, there is some tent activity as well. And this, I think that if I am allowed to change designation to an R2 restricted and build a duplex, which looks like a single-family home. It would elevate the community and will provide affordable housing. Thank you for your understanding.
Okay, if you want to stand by for a moment, I'm going to open it up for public comment. Do we have members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
We have no speakers for this item, Mayor.
All right. Then we'll close the public hearing portion of this item. And I'm going to go to the district commissioner for a potential motion.
Thank you, Mayor. So first, thank you to the applicant for working with us, because after the community meeting, we heard two things. One is that the community really did want a single family and the ADU. Thank you for exploring the option, and our team understands it didn't work. At that community also, the community learned that if Vision 2050 did pass, they have long since wanted to become like an agricultural enclave. They have not become that. But they were zoned for 20 homes per acre. Was that right, Jason, in Vision 2050 in this area? 20 units per acre?
Yes, traditional neighborhood.
So the community then agreed, like we can change a little bit to try to stay as best. They live on Russell Street. They wanted to maintain that ambience. But they did ask, can you make it look like a single family home instead of a duplex? And so I appreciate and thank you for doing that. And with that, I would like to make a motion of approval.
Second, Wilson.
I think Commissioner Wilson, I believe Commissioner Scott beat you on the seconder this time.
Get louder.
All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. All right, we're going to move forward, sir. Your item was approved. We're going to go to B5 at this point. We'll open the public hearing on this item. Mr. Sorensen will be framing this item as well.
All right, thank you, Mayor. This next item is also in District 5, also continued from the May 19th board hearing. So this is a request to go from RT2 zoning to RT1. And this is for a property 526 and 538 Shepherd Road. And the proposed use is 2 mobile homes. I will say that there were 2 mobile homes on this property previously. Those have been removed. This, again, property is in District 5. The future land use of the subject property is low-density residential, allows consideration of up to 4 units per net acre. Current zoning is RT2, just much like the rest of the lots or zoning in the area, and proposed is RT1. Now, the subject properties are substandard. The RT2 district requires half-acre lot size. The subject properties are 0.3 acre. So much of the properties within that block are actually substandard. The applicant is having to go through this rezoning process because he owns both lots. If he did not own both lots, and if it were a different builder coming in to develop one of the lots, they could remove the mobile home, or has already been removed, but replace it without any issue. It's that he owns both lots. He has to go through this rezoning process. Otherwise, with the R2 district that's existing, he would have to aggregate the lots. So these are pictures of the subject property and surrounding area. This is looking south on Shepherd Road. This is looking east across from the subject property, looking north, and then looking west at the subject properties. And you can see kind of the dilapidated mobile home there that has since been removed. And this is an aerial of the subject property. This property, so it's actually the first fiscal sustainability tool impact analysis that has been associated with the rezoning that you've seen. The ordinance that was passed, the results of the fiscal sustainability analysis are for informational purposes and are not a criteria for approval, nor are intended to impose more restrictive or burdensome requirements on an applicant. So the tool estimates that it would have a negative net fiscal impact of $1,000 for the proposed use. And again, the numbers that we put in there would be for 2 mobile homes. There were 2 mobile homes there previously that have been removed. On average, single-family residences do have a negative net fiscal impact. This project would not require new infrastructure construction, and also just that nearby parcels with positive net fiscal impacts could counteract the negative for this proposal. So 1,864 public hearing notices were sent to the entire Bithell Rural Settlement. Today, we have received 2 responses in favor and 3 in opposition, with concerns for small lots in opposition to a mobile home park. We did have a community meeting on January 22nd. There were 5 residents in attendance. The concerns were incompatibility and property values. At the Planning and Zoning Commission hearing, there were no members of the public during public comment. The Planning and Zoning Commission is recommending that the board make a finding of consistency with the comprehensive plan and recommend approval of the RT1 zoning district, and staff is available for any questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Sorensen. Is the applicant on this item present? If so, we invite you to the microphone to make some comments. Just give us your name and address for the record.
Hello, good afternoon again. My name is Neil Nguyen, and I'm the owner of this said property. And as we spoke before, that it just again it's a replacing of the 2 mobile home with another 2 mobile home with the exact same size and no further development, just improving. And that's all I have to say at this point.
All right, sir, if you'll stand by for a moment. Do we have members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
We have no speakers for this item, Mayor.
All right. Then we will close the public hearing portion. I'm going to go to the district commissioner, Commissioner Simrad. I know that I've seen this gentleman here at least 3 times now, and it seems like each time he's come, he's been making some adjustments. So do we have a potential motion?
Thank you, Mayor. I do, and thank you, Mr. Nguyen, for coming back. Unfortunately, no progress was made since the last time that he was here, and so I know that the land was purchased with 2 units on it. They're non-conforming lots. It's in a rural settlement. It's in the rural boundary. It has a negative financial position on our taxes. So we asked him, you know, what is this property going to be used for? And first we heard it was for his son when he went to UCF. And so we were sympathetic to that. But during the community meeting, he said that it would be for a rental. Well, I'm not sympathetic to if it's for a rental for profit when we're looking at a negative on a financial analysis. And then he said, well, it would be for his parents. And, you know, so we asked for an email for clarity. Unfortunately, there was no traction on that. But additionally, Jason, if you could please go back to the previous slide where it shows the R1. So he's requesting RT2. He's requesting RT1, and if you look around, what is around him is RT2, and this is in a rural settlement. District 5 represents about a dozen rural settlements. And I've never heard rural settlement people come in here and say that 0.3 was an acceptable size of a lot or a property in those rural settlements. And so, you know, unfortunately, I don't have a motion of approval today. There's been a lot of confusion regarding this case. We've continued it twice. We did have other land speculators that were in the community meeting that were looking to do the same thing. These are non-conforming lots. So, you know, I'm going to make a motion make a motion of finding of inconsistency with the comprehensive plan and a denial of requested RT1 zoning.
Okay, we do have indication, Commissioner Simrad, Commissioner Wilson has a question.
I did have a question, and I feel really bad this gentleman has been back and forth trying to get what appears to be a potentially affordable situation for himself with maybe some rental income, maybe some family income. I just want to remind this board about the position we've taken, understanding that homelessness is a housing problem. And this is somebody who has already invested in removing 2 mobile homes on a site. How much money have you spent already in improving this particular site?
That's about $28,000 already.
in getting it cleaned up and ready, and he's replacing 2 mobile homes with 2 new mobile homes.
Yes.
And that is housing for either a family member or potential income property so that you can hopefully stay here through retirement.
Yes, that's correct.
I beg you to reconsider this.
Commissioner, so it's 0.3, it's 2 more septic tanks in the
It
Yukon
was
River
2
Basin.
septic tanks. It's not 2 more. There
No,
are
no,
2
there's
septic tanks
there's
that were
nothing on the property. They haven't
there
been
were
lived in
until
for
he
years.
spent his $30,000
And then
cleaning
we
it up.
spent millions of dollars of taxpayer money to run sewer lines to Bithlo because their water was contaminated because we had too many septic tanks
That
in the
is-
area.
I hear you, but
So
I'm
I'm
saying,
not willing
listen,
to put it
gentlemen.
on my record that we're subsidizing another person's profit with our taxes. I'm not willing to go to the folks in a rural settlement and say that all of you have the 0.5 acreage that we require, but this is going to be 0.3. And I'm not
But this
I'm not
isn't a
willing
large
that when I
development.
ask somebody to work with me and they fail to do that or and say sorry we just can't, to come here and make a motion of approval today.
But he's asking for exactly what was there. He's not asking for some huge multifamily development. I think the
Commissioner,
problem I
he's
have
asking
is it
for
is
what
housing.
was there
No, no, I know.
prior to the 1991
I
comp
understand.
plan.
I just disagree,
which
and I
changed
wanted to
that.
explain that and here to give you what I feel like is an important perspective on this, which is that we are in a housing crisis. This was mobile homes. He's not tearing down a new forest. He is not putting in something that is any more than what was there. And so for me, it's very different than the analysis that we would use for a bigger complex or something that was actually altering the landscape in a rural settlement. This was very much what was there, and he's already invested in it. And it's housing, his housing. I'm not sure if he has a plan for where to go after this denial. And that's a concern because it's happening across our county, and I know it's an issue that you're concerned with. Our housing problem is big and small. It's not just big multifamily housing opportunities. It's also small ones where someone has property and they want to do something to improve it for themselves and a family member, or maybe one rental on that property to be able to stay there through retirement. So I just wanted to see if I could get you to see it from that perspective before making your motion.
No,
Okay, we do
hear
have
you.
one other commissioner with a question, Commissioner Simrad. I think we clearly have heard from Commissioner Wilson. Commissioner Scott, you press your button at this point.
I noticed, I know in the original conversation, one, we talked about whether or not there was someone that spoke his language, and I want to know did that occur? And two, since the young lady behind him approached, I didn't know if she had some additional comments she wanted to share.
I'm a translator.
Okay, cool. All right, I'm good.
Yes,
Okay,
we did have the meeting with the
let me ask legal something. Are there any legal concerns here about, about making it more burdensome upon the applicant if there is some change to what existed when he bought the property to what is being suggested now? Is there any legal concern that you all have?
Well, I think the way we're framed currently, we haven't had any conversations. If there was a proposal for approval and then additional restrictions to be placed on that approval, then I would be listening for the lens to see, what purpose those restrictions were tied to. There needs to be some sort of legitimate connection between those additional restrictions and an approval. But in this posture, the commissioner has made a motion to deny.
Okay. Commissioner Gomez-Cordero.
Yeah, I have a question, Commissioner, about what it is that you will approve if it comes to, for him to put there.
So today, what he would be allowed to have right now is one mobile home, or one home, just one residence. So that's fine. It comes down to, and again, I'm fixated on a narrative where we're walking into November on a property tax ballot, and voters in the last election cycle told us to evaluate these things. And when you come out with a deficit, and then you walk in and you ask people not to vote in favor of property tax reform, you're feeding a narrative that works against the situation. That's not the fundamental issue, though. If you look at the zoning all around it, in a rural settlement, in the rural boundary, when the people at the meeting were opposed, and you have a land speculator in the audience who wants to do the same thing, and you have a negative financial impact on it, and I asked the applicant to work with me and send an email and talk to me, and nothing happened, I can't. So this is, that's where I am now.
So you denied him two instead of one?
We've already continued it twice.
All right,
Twice.
so
And a second.
we have a motion. Commissioner Scott, you, I believe you were the seconder on the motion. Okay. All right, we have a motion. Commissioner Gomez, you got your question?
She's
okay.
responding, yeah.
We have a motion and a second, all in favor of the motion, and that is for denial. Say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no.
No.
All right, the motion is passed in this instance, and that is for denial, and that is 5-1. Okay. All right, so with that, that's where we are with this for denial, 5-1. Okay. Okay, so we'll continue to see this come back. Okay, thank you all.
Okay.
All right, with that,
Thank
we're
you,
going
then.
to move forward at this time to a work session. This is the final item for this afternoon. This is on the subsection 6A1. I'm going to call on Mr. James Gray, the Assistant Project Manager from our zoning division, who will be coming, providing a presentation on the location of tobacco shops and the distance separation requirements. And with that, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Like the Mayor said, I have before you today consideration for some proposed code amendments that would create some distance separation requirements for tobacco shops and schools. And I'll give you a little heads up about what we're going to get into today. Of course, there will be some background, how we got here, a summary of the research that we conducted, also existing state regulations, existing county regulations, and then we'll get into the proposed code amendments. Also some stakeholder feedback that we received, and then we'll look at next steps, and we will ask for some board direction. With regard to background, in February, Commissioner Wilson sent the memo that initiated this process, requesting board discussion on a zoning ordinance to address distance separation requirements between tobacco shops and schools, as well as prohibiting tobacco shops in the Four Corners Community Village Center, or CVC. In April, the board discussed the request and directed staff to begin work on said amendments for the tobacco shops, specifically related to the separation between schools and tobacco shops and prohibiting the tobacco shops in the Four Corners CVC. As we always do, we first conducted research to see what other people were doing, other jurisdictions, and we looked at 15 jurisdictions with existing distance separation requirements. This is both in and out of state. So of the 15 we looked at, all of them require distance separation requirements from between tobacco shops and schools, both public and private schools. Some of them included distance separation requirements between tobacco shops and public parks, places of worship, and daycares. Of the distance separations that were listed in the ordinances, the most common separation requirement was somewhere between 500 and 1,000 feet. Some of them additionally specified separations between tobacco shops, not just tobacco shops and schools, but also from other tobacco shops. And some prohibited tobacco shops in certain areas or overlays regardless of the distance separation requirements. So even if they fell within those separation requirements, they would still be prohibited. And if you're going to prohibited use, you kind of have to define it first. And of those that had to define it, they typically used the floor area as a measurement for the criteria there, which would usually be no greater than 20% of the floor area of the shop dedicated to the sale of tobacco and tobacco products. With regard to state regulations, the state requires a license to sell tobacco or nicotine products, and that is a license that you get from the state. The state also preempts local jurisdictions from having more stringent regulations on tobacco, such as age limits, marketing, and sales and delivery. So just as an example, the state requires the legal limit is 21 to purchase tobacco or tobacco products. Orange County cannot then say, we want it to be 25. With regard to existing county regulations, tobacco sales, there are general retailers that we all know about and that were mentioned, I think, previously, such as Grocery stores, convenience stores, and drugstores. Those places also sell tobacco products, and they are permitted in all commercial and industrial districts. Tobacco shops generally falls under the Standard Industrial Classification Code 5993, and those are permitted by right in all commercial districts and the NC and NAC districts. They are permitted only as an ancillary use via special exception in professional office or the PO district, and that's typically like a newsstand or something that you would find in the lobby of a big office building. We don't see a lot of those anymore. They are also permitted by right in the Horizon West Town Center districts, urban residential, corporate campus mixed use, traditional town center, and the retail wholesale district. They're permitted by right in the Horizon West Neighborhood Center district, and they are prohibited in the Horizon West Village Center. The county does not provide a definition of tobacco shop in its definitions in Chapter 38, so we just defer to that aforementioned SIC code, which defines the use as follows. Establishments primarily engaged in the retail sale of cigarettes, cigars, tobacco, and smoker supplies. That includes retail cigar stores, tobacco stores, and tobacconists, which I'm given to understand is like a tobacco specialist who does the blending and that kind of thing. It does not apply to general retailers who sell tobacco products as a secondary product, such as the aforementioned grocery stores, gas stations, and so on. Just for context, some other uses that we require a distance separation include alcohol sales. So for beer and wine on-premise consumption, we have 1,000 feet from a religious institution or school, which can be reduced for a restaurant or property designated as activity center mixed use, and then 200 feet from an adult entertainment establishment. With regard to package sales, that's off-premise consumption, 1,000 feet from a religious institution or school, 200 feet from an adult entertainment establishment, 5,000 feet from another vendor within unincorporated Orange County, and 750 feet from another vendor within a municipality. We also have 7 overlay districts or 7 overlay or special districts that prohibit specific uses. I should note to the commissioners that when we did our briefings, we mentioned only 6 overlay districts that prohibited special or uses, but we since determined that the I-Drive district belongs in that list as well. So of those districts, we have the Lake Avalon Rural Settlement, South Orange Avenue Corridor, Conway Road Corridor, Pine Hills Neighborhood Improvement District, State Road 436, State Road 50 Corridor, the Four Corners CVC, and the I-Drive District Overlay Zone. Of those overlays and special districts, the prohibited uses kind of vary, but they have what we consider to be the usual suspects. So it's labor pools, check cashing businesses, body piercing shops, pawn shops, flea markets, bottle clubs, and so on. On to our proposed code amendments then, with all of that in mind. We are proposing to create a new definition for tobacco shop, which would be a retail establishment in which 20% or more of its floor area is dedicated to the display, sale, and or distribution of tobacco and or nicotine products. Of course, we're including the term nicotine products in there, so we have to define that as well. That is a very long definition. You can read it if you want, or I can just give you a summary. It covers cigarettes, cigars, snuff, dip, pouches, vape, any kind of synthetic nicotine, but it also includes all your different vaping products, vaping devices, or components of such. So it's pretty comprehensive. We are proposing as well to amend the use tables in Section 3877 and Section 3877-1, which is the Horizon West Town Center, and to add a condition number under the tobacco shop category for all of the districts where it is permitted. We would add tobacco shop as a prohibited use in the Horizon West Neighborhood Center District. And that condition would lead you here to this criteria. It must be located no closer than 1,000 feet from the nearest public or private high school, middle school, or elementary school. And it must be located no closer than 1,000 feet from another retail establishment that qualifies as a tobacco shop. Those two kind of work together. If you only had the one with schools, you might create pockets of the county where these things would kind of cluster. But if there's 1,000 feet between the tobacco shops, then you mitigate that. The distance would be measured from the shortest line from the property line of the parcel to be occupied by the proposed tobacco shop and the nearest property line of the school or other tobacco shop as applicable. So if you have say you have a strip center that has maybe 8 storefronts in it, one end of that strip center might be within the 1,000 feet and the other end of the strip center might not be in the 1,000 feet. This would cover that as well because it's talking about the parcel and not strict distance. And of course, a zoning permit would be required for this as well, just so anybody coming in, we would make sure that they were in compliance with the code amendments. We are proposing also to update the following overlays and special districts to add tobacco shops as a prohibited use. These are the ones we looked at earlier, but just to go over them again. Lake Avalon Rural Settlement, South Orange Avenue Corridor, Conway Road Corridor, Pine Hills Neighborhood Improvement District, State Road 436, State Road 50 Corridor, the Four Corners CVC, and the iDrive District Overlay Zone. We reached out to stakeholders for a meeting, and we held that meeting in May. That was with representatives from the Orange County Public Schools and Health Services Drug-Free Community Office. They were in support of our proposed amendments, no notes. And then we reached out to the Florida Department of Health. They were invited to that meeting. Dr. Karch could not make it, but he responded with his feedback via email. Generally supportive, and he thought it would do what it was intended to do, which is to keep tobacco shops from clustering around schools. He asked also, though, that we consider some other things, such as including convenience stores and other distribution methods, such as mobile vape shops. We reached out also to a retail kind of representative group, the International Council of Shopping Centers, and we provided them with some general information about the work sessions and what we're doing going forward. We have not yet heard anything from them. And with regard to next steps, in July, we have the PZC work session scheduled, August for the PZC public hearing, and then September and October for the first and second PZC public hearings, respectively. And with that, we ask for board direction on this, requesting concurrence with the proposed code amendments and direction, of course, feedback as well, to proceed with drafting an ordinance. And I'm here with Jennifer Moreau, Zoning Division Manager. I think we have Joy Carmichael somewhere in the audience. Hi. So when it comes to questions, we should have you covered.
All right. Guess who's up first? Commissioner Wilson.
I do have to say, like, I have to start with a thank you. Thank you, because I know this was like it's been a lot of work in a short period of time, and I really appreciate it. It does, you can see from the public comment this morning, this means something to our young people. They see this kind of as that marketing tool being used on them, and I felt so grateful for their testimony this morning. I know they're not here this afternoon, but hopefully they're tuning in because I want them to know that their voice makes a difference. I also did want to potentially ask about whether it would complicate the timeline, because I really do want to stay on the timeline, to include some of the potential places that were mentioned this morning by our young folks, advocates, parks, daycares, child care centers. I know there was a question about why we would worry about daycares, but a lot of them do after-school programs. So those sort of youth-centered, community centers, if there's a possibility to add those.
There's certainly a possibility if the board gives us that direction. I would note that to take stock of that and assess the impacts may push back our dates that we have. But if that is the board direction, then certainly we will do that.
What are the difficulties with going back to it if we adopt the first swipe and then want to add additional exploration?
I mean, amendments to the code can be made in the future, certainly. This is not the end-all be-all of this. You know, we can always come back and make amendments if we need to.
Well, I would defer to the board on this, but I would support getting done what we need to get done. If we have a fast track kind of going right now with this potential language, and then making sure we come back for those additional uses. But I'm just grateful for the work and that we're moving in this direction. Thank you so much.
Commissioner Gomez-Cordero.
Thank you, Mayor. So thank you for the presentation. I just had a question, and this is, for the fact that the residents also asking, what will happen with the ones, the stores, the tobacco stores are already there? Like, will they be, adjusted to a buffer too, or what will happen?
Yeah, any of the shops that would meet the definition of tobacco shop that are currently there and within the buffers would become non-conforming uses and then subject to the non-conforming sections of our code. So they would be allowed to remain there.
Yeah, to remain,
yes.
but no buffer, no nothing?
I mean, it would be if there's, let's say you have two that are within 1,000 feet of one another, right? If one of them goes out of business and remains out of business for 6 months, then the other one, assuming that it meets all of the other criteria, would then no longer be non-conforming, right? Provided it's outside of the 1,000 feet from another tobacco shop or a school. But if they're in 1,000 feet of each other or of a school, then they become non-conforming.
Got it. Okay, okay, go ahead. I'm gonna make it up. Thank you. Oh, yeah, me. Okay, so in the presentation, in the briefing yesterday, it says that Orange County does not have to ask proof of state license if they are gonna ask for when providing zoning approval. Will that, why is that if, I don't know, I guess that Orange County always asks for license and certificate.
Let me defer to Jennifer on this one.
Okay.
So the state licensing process is a separate process, and the business tax receipt process is a separate process. I think what we were trying to say is that when we reached out to the business tax office and we asked them if they asked for a state license prior to issuing it, they said they did not. I didn't ask why, but I think, just like anything, you don't necessarily have to have one before you get the other. You have to have everything completed before you open and operate. So I'm not sure that there's any standard that says you have to get your business tax receipt before you get your state license, or vice versa. You just have to get both before you open and operate.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Commissioner Uribe.
So I think this is a great effort. I think it was so interesting when we first started talking about this. I know about the high schools in my area, like Oak Ridge. Literally, you just come out, boom, it's right there, right? But then I started going to College Park, and I was over at Edgewater, and right across the street, it's there. So we're really seeing an issue. Obviously, kids are smarter. Doesn't necessarily mean they're going to go there. But you start setting a standard of how you want better for our kids, right? But I wanted to ask, so we know right now, and we've had this come up, is you can't sell liquor within 500 feet of a church, right? Why aren't we being much tighter on this regulation to really, I've talked to Jennifer, right? And obviously we can't close the smoke shops that are there, or the vape shops, or even the 7-Eleven that sells a vape, right there. I know there's all these little caveats of little ways that people get around this. If you sell more food than this, and but why 1,000 feet? Why not be even tougher on this and actually stand for something solid? Why can't we do that? Anything that deals with children 18 and under, a daycare, a school, a middle school, a boys and girls club, a community center. Why, I worry at the end of the day, there's businesses out there that want to make this a part of their business, right? There's businesses out there that this is what they sell all the time, but then there's businesses out there that sell this anyway, right? But if we're going to make a statement, why not just go for it all so that we are literally trying every protective measure by law to actually protect our children from being influenced by this industry?
Are you proposing a greater distance separation?
No, I want it, because right now it's 1,000. I'm saying 500. We do it for liquor. Why don't we do it for this? No, I get it. Okay, yeah. Okay, my bad, yes.
1,500.
No wonder Jennifer was like, yes, okay. But my other part of it, I'm sorry, I had a moment. My other part of it is, but why aren't we more strict on where? Like, to have a smoke shop right across from the Boys and Girls Club in Taft is a problem for me. Like, literally, if they come out to the left is a shop that sells it. Like, why aren't we trying to prevent this anywhere that young people where let's not just young people hang out, because we can say that anywhere, but where young people are the most highest customer at that facility. So that's like what I'm saying. Boys and Girls Club is obviously 18 and under, right? The Meadowwoods Gym, where it's basketball and these kids in these leagues, even though that's surrounded by residential. I'm just trying to find ways for us to really, because if I say, okay, when I go to school, I can't buy, well, right now, almost everywhere you can, but let's just say eventually, I can't. But you know what? When I go play basketball, I can. So we'll just wait till after school to when I go play ball. So I'm just trying to ask, if we're going to do this, why not really make sure we're trying to cover and protect our children as much as possible?
So we were responding to the initial request and board direction, which was to look at distance separation between schools. So that's what we did, and then we went above and beyond that in incorporating all of the overlay districts that otherwise prohibit uses. The purpose of this work session is to get feedback from the board on if we're headed in the right direction or not. And so I think, if the board directs us, oh no, we want to go further, we want to make the distance greater, we want to include other uses, we can certainly look into that and come back with some additional proposals. But to Commissioner Wilson's point, we may have to just push. We had a very tight timeline for trying to get something kind of done. We're pushing up against a lot of different things happening coming up this fall. So we were just trying to get something as, clear and concise as possible based on the board direction that we had. But we can certainly, if that is the pleasure of the board, continue to look at increasing.
Yeah, and while I appreciate that, I'll even forego community centers, right? Because those aren't necessarily meant just for children. And the way I've seen them built across the county, they tend to be in residential areas anyways. But Boys and Girls Clubs, facilities that, where's Commissioner Scott? Where we're talking specifically child-driven programs is what I was just talking about, just to include it in that language. I think it's very important, but if we're just saying schools, Commissioner Wilson, I get where you're trying to go, because you're just like, let's get something on the books, but I feel like we should be, I know, but come back when? Next year? When
Well,
does it come back?
I think the idea is to have an ordinance that we can then build on. And I will say that with what I believe are the advocacy efforts that have gone in over these last several months, that we'd be remiss to sideline it.
Okay, I don't want to sideline it. I just want to maybe ask legal, would it be much more difficult to add specific places like a Boys and Girls Club, things like that, where their specific clientele are children?
I think that staff has said well, I think that it depends on what you guys direct, and then the research that has to be done to figure out how to define it. You guys may all have a vision or a picture in your mind of what it is that you're trying to create a distance from, but we have to be able to define it in code and then look at whether or not there's unintended consequences. And we can't know today whether or not that's, how long that's going to take until we start to do that analysis.
So you're even trying to define facilities specifically targeted to children under 18? I don't want to sideline it, but I just know for a fact now that I've been out, and it's become an observant part of me. Unfortunately, it was one of those things that I don't think about, and then now that we've been talking about it, I've been thinking, I can't help but see it. Yeah, and they're very attractive with the neon lights and all that kind of stuff. And I'm like, I went to the Boys and Girls Club in Taft, and when I came out, they're right there. Literally, you have to pass it to get into the Boys and Girls Club. That's where I was thinking. I certainly don't want to sideline it, but I just thought if we could somehow look at language, if it's not too in-depth, of facilities that are focused strictly on assisting children, 18 and under, would be the only thing. So I know community centers, that I feel like that's too broad, because that's, pickleball people play all during the day and things like that. So that's not just kids. But I was just
I think that's part of what we would have to research and understand, because frankly, Boys and Girls Clubs may fall under the same category as community centers. So just in terms of regulating it, how we're differentiating it, how we're defining it, how we're catching it when it comes in, what gets flagged in the system as different, a Boys and Girls Club versus a community center. And so those are the things we have to kind of look into to better understand what the possibilities are.
Okay. All right, thanks.
Commissioner Simray had a question, and then Commissioner Wilson.
Well, I might have pushed my button by accident, but I will just say thank you, Commissioner Wilson, for bringing it forward, and thank you to all of the youth that came out, and everything was great. So I look forward to something happening, and we'll go with the majority of the board.
You know, I will say that whatever the definition is of what we're trying to regulate in terms of the distance from, it does have to be clear. I can recall once upon a time during my law enforcement career where we were trying to say that persons who had been convicted of being a child molester could not live within a certain distance. And the conundrum that we found ourselves in was if you set the distance at a certain distance, you could almost, and they wanted to include, for example, from a bus stop, a school bus stop. Well, if you did that, you would effectively regulate where that person couldn't live anywhere in the county, in a large county with thousands of bus stops. And so I can remember that legal had some concern about the implications of what that language meant and whether it would withstand some of the constitutional challenges. So in this instance, I do think that if there's some desire to increase the types of locations that would be relevant to this conversation about the distance requirement, better make sure that you're defining that and you know what that impact would be. Because I don't want us to be in a position where someone can challenge, the constitutionality of what we're trying to do. And I also think that we know what we're trying to accomplish here, but all of that will require some research, as indicated. And today we may need to just, I think the goal is to try to get this done before school starts. And for those businesses that are already open, right? They when I hear non-conforming, et cetera, if they're already open, they get to stay, right, until they become almost like grandfathering, but they get to stay. And so I think in terms of that, whatever we do, we want to make sure that the public understands precisely what we're doing, and because otherwise they'll be coming to the commission and saying, well, wait a minute, you all passed this ordinance, but wait a minute, there's one here, there's one there, and it just seems like we have a proliferation of them throughout the community, and people have made some financial investments, and they will likely squawk. But certainly from what is doing, this is a marketing effort that has been very strategic, and to my amazement, they're everywhere, and it almost seems like they're selling far more than just tobacco products, or legal products. What they're selling is not just used for smoking legal tobacco, but these things are being used for other purposes, and so that's a whole different issue. But anyway, I understand. Commissioner Wilson, you got.
No, I think we're all on the same page because the research has been done, focused sort of on that first indication that we gave about the schools and the school distances and that was brought to us really by parents near a school that saw this in this marketing ploy. So I think understanding that we should just stay on track with where we've done the research. We know we've got potential for some language implementation before we get too far down the road. And then we can, if it's okay, come back and see if there's the opportunity to include the daycares. I would say daycares, parks. I think community centers, we can have a conversation about it, but I just want to make sure that it's something that is, oh, no, it's not, though. They have after-school programs, like like Lady Bird Academy and those, they do after-school, they do camp for all, up to the age of 12. So it's, yeah, they do after-school programs. So it was sort of that this is the things I learned from our young people.
So, and that's why I say if you was talking about a daycare.
But that's why let's just one thing at a time. That
we got some daycares where people have daycares in their home, and I think.
And that's why I think we need to go ahead.
So you gotta, in terms of defining that, there's some.
And there are jurisdictions that say
it requires some research. Is all I'm saying. Some things that we may not be able to adequately contemplate right here today on the spot. So staff clearly has to have some time to be able to research that and bring back that. But if the goal is to move forward, what staff is looking for is a board direction. And it's kind of simple at this point, based upon what they've already done, what they've already recommended. They're requesting concurrence with the proposed code amendments and direction to proceed with drafting an ordinance. That's what they're looking for today.
I will move to concur.
Okay. So with that, okay, Commissioner Wilson will entertain a motion if that is to move to concur with the board direction that is presented here. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion for staff to continue to bring back the language for the buffers around the schools as presented today.
All right.
Second.
Second.
We have a discussion. I'd like to.
Further discussion. Okay. I thought we just had that.
Just, I'm a little concerned on that additional part to this motion because there's so much work that you guys have to do. There's topics coming up. There's all these things of continue to work on this, to continue to just tell staff.
No, this isn't language. They have to bring back the language. So this is them getting the go-ahead to bring us back.
But you're not having them do more research.
No,
we're
this
going to
is
go with this.
Okay.
This is
You get what I'm saying? I think you guys have done a lot of due diligence.
as
and we just need to
presented. How
land
about
the
that?
plane.
How about that?
Okay,
As presented.
that's better.
Okay. She's saying what they recommended.
Yeah.
She's
I
not
just don't want you
adding
guys to go
anything
to any
today.
more. Yeah.
Okay.
At this
So
point.
to your,
She's not-
just to clarify,
We're not adding anything
As
to it.
we're not
presented.
planning on coming back with any additional changes
No,
after this.
We just want to vote on it.
Well, not in the current form. That's something later, after
As
the fact. She's
presented.
trying to get the.
Thank you.
She's trying to move this along to get this enacted as presented. Some point in the future, if we want to add something after you all have done some research or whatever, looked at best practices in other places, you can come back and you can amend whatever we do. But right now, we're moving forward with what has been recommended or proposed. Okay. The rest of it was just conversation today. All right, so we're clear on Commissioner Wilson's motion. Is there a second? Okay. All right, Commissioner Simrad is the seconder on the motion. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. All right, the motion passes and it is unanimous. All right, with that, there's no further business before the board at this time, and we stand adjourned.